National State Council. I'm sure he will join us in the course of the program. I don't know if the Director General for National Quarantine Service is around yet. I don't think so. We're still expecting him. All right, let's welcome to the top table the USDA Councilor, Dr. Gerald Smith. Dr. Gerald Smith, you're welcome. Also to join them on the top table, we have our guest speaker for today and the PIBT Cotton from IAR, Dr. Sagir Mohammed. Please join them on the top table. A round of applause for him. Also to join them on the top table is the Business Development Manager, Meiko Nigeria Agricultural, PTE, Mr. Ravi Kumar. A round of applause for him as he comes forward. Please join them on the top table. And then the representative of the President of NAPOTEM, Mr. Anibe Achimugu, is represented by Mr. Adosule. Mr. Adosule, please come to the top table. We also have the President, Sunflower Association, Alhaji Jibril Buka. Please come to the top table. A round of applause for him. Also to join them on the top table, we have the Deputy Director, Biotech Department, and also NABDA, and also the Country Coordinator of FAB, Dr. Rose Gidado, aka Mama Ufa. A round of applause for her. Okay, while they take their seats, let me quickly recognize the following people. Okay. Okay, I'm saying. Mr. Adosule? Yes, it's there. I need to recognize the presence of Mr. Adejo Stephen Uvile. Mr. Adejo, thank you for coming. I also want to recognize the presence of all farmers from Sokoto, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Adamawa, wherever you may be, just raise your hand and just wave it. Thank you for coming all the way. It's a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much. All right, so before Kuli comes up to bring up the next person, let me just read this very important announcement given to us by the security and safety announcement by the hotel. We've been asked to, in order to curb the nefarious activities of some syndicates that mingle into important functions like this pretending to be participants, all participants are advised to properly accredit and have an accreditation card conspicuously displayed, and then try to recognize those around you. Times when we have to go out for group picture, times we have to go out for tea break, ensure your belongings are kept with you, and if you don't move anything out, make sure that you hand it over to either the ushers or the secretariat to keep for you. That's about that. Please bring up.
Well, thank you so much for having me. Members of the top table, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, please join me as we welcome for the workshop objective the Deputy Director, Biotech Department, NABDA, and at the same time, Country Coordinator, Open Forum on Agricultural Biotechnology. I'm referring to no other person but Dr. Rose Gidado, Mama Ofa. Put your hands together for her as she comes. The more you clap, the faster she comes to the microphone.
The Agri Councilor, United States Department of Agriculture, Dr. Gerald Smith, the DG CEO NABDA, Professor Abdullahi Mustafa, ably represented here by Dr. Nasri Ibrahim, the DG CEO, National Biosafety Management Agency, Dr. Rufus Ebeba, the President, Nakotan, ably represented, the President Sunflower Association, thank you for coming, and the Business Development. Mine is just to read out the objectives, aims, and objectives of this training, of this workshop, just to acquaint you what it is all about, in case you don't know. Um, the aim is to host a training and sensitization workshop that will bring the key cotton stakeholders, including farmers, together and other stakeholders who are in this business, where the cotton farmers will be drawn together from different states and engage them on one-on-one interviews with early adopters and farmer community leaders. And I'm sure all the farmers are here. The information collected from this engagement will be used to create content from both local television and radio programming, including the production of compelling narratives describing how the adoption of BT cotton has improved their lives so far. And the objectives are as follows: to provide education to counter misinformation and increase understanding of crop varieties, improve using biotechnology, especially in the BT cotton, to collect experience of farmers and communities where the BT cotton has been adopted and relate these stories to the broader community in Nigeria for more adoption, West Africa, and then globally, to amplify farmers' voices, to policymakers and opinion leaders to help ensure that Nigeria maintains an enabling policy environment for new plant breeding innovation. Presently, we have a very, very conducive environment for policy and regulatory issues, and we want that to be maintained. And the only way we could do is to amplify our voices, speak with one voice, both the scientists, the farmers, and other stakeholders, involved in this. So the justification is the need for different engagement with farmers, including associations, is important to both foster acceptance and to collect information on farmers' experiences with new technologies such as the BC cotton. So awareness through specialized workshops as this would help us popularize the technology concepts to secure sufficient buy-in from all individuals. At least everybody in the society is an ultimate consumer of the products of this technology. So everyone has the right to information, factual information, scientific information, and data as well. So the outcome we're expecting by the end of this workshop is education to counter information on improved crop varieties provided, leading to increased understanding like this. So through interaction, farmers experience and communities where BT cotton has been adopted, collected, of course, and shared regionally and continentally. Farmers' voices to policy makers and opinion leaders amplified to help ensure that Nigeria maintains an enabling policy environment and regulatory environment for new plant breeding innovations. And this, the conclusion is the conclusion is that investment in awareness, creation of agri-biotech issues will deliver multiple positive responses. There is the need to unbundle the application of this technology for national growth to secure popular support from the masses. So this workshop is actually sponsored by the USDA, the United States Department of Agriculture, and the Ag Councilor is here, Dr. Gerald Smith. He has done so well for us. Since he came on board to Nigeria, it has never been like this. The relationship between the biotech community, especially the National Biotech Development Agency and the National Biosafety Management Agency, has been so cordial. He has been very, very supportive to our activities. He's done so well. And I think of all the agri councillors that have been in Nigeria, I think he is the best for me because during his time, we've enjoyed, a lot of support, we've enjoyed a lot of friendship, and so on and so forth. He's so passionate about this technology. I know we had some in the past. I think he is second to Rose nicely. And so, can we give him a round of applause before I leave here? So thank you all for your attention, and I wish us very successful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mama Ufab. Another round of applause for her, please. All right, just like she had mentioned, the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, is a key sponsor, key partner in today's event, and it's very expedient to also hear from them. So at this time, I'd like to welcome for his welcome remarks, the Agri Councilor, USDA, Dr. Gerald Smith. It's a pleasure to have you here again. Thank you so much for coming. A round of applause for him as he takes his welcome remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rose, for the nice sentiments about collaboration between my office and NABDA. But I just want to take this opportunity to thank all of you out here, the farmers across the country who are here today, especially this terrible weather, but you were able to make it. It underscores the importance of what you do. I'm always happy to be among farmers. Definitely, seeing you sitting out there makes me all excited. I just want to continue all protocols to observe. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen, guests. USDA is always willing to collaborate with NABDA and in support of biotech development in Nigeria. BT cotton is one of the first crop protection products from biotechnology. In general, transgenic crops play a useful agricultural development role in several developing countries. Population growth, climate variabilities, and limited farmlands across the world means that farmers in Nigeria need yield advantages. Despite large cotton planting areas, Nigeria lacks other cotton cultivating countries in terms of production. I truly believe the use of BT cotton can help foster increased yield across Nigeria. Over several years, farm trials across Asia and in South Africa and in Burkina Faso show that BT cotton yields at about 60% more than conventional varieties. Farmers were very positive about planting BT cotton. In countries where BT cotton has been commercialized, there's one common characteristic available to satisfy demand. The reason why farmers worldwide need transgenic cotton is clear. In Asia and across Africa, smallholder cotton farmers typically lose about half of their crop to pests, especially the bollworm. BT cotton plants carry a toxin gene from a bacterium that makes plants resistant to bollworm caterpillars. Reducing bollworm population in cotton field across the world is a thumbs up for BT cotton. So furthermore, empirical evidences in the United States, especially in Arizona, show that the population and the spread of resistant cotton has reduced the bollworm population. Meanwhile, trials in South Africa have also indicated the willingness of farmers to adopt transgenic cotton. Ladies and gentlemen, you already know this, but China first planted BT cotton in 1997, specifically in response to outbreaks of cotton bollworm. Since 1997, scientists have conducted numerous studies on BT cotton across the world. Overall, there's a sense of optimism when farmers plant BT cotton. In general, BT cotton adoption has resulted in per hectare increase in yield and value of output, with a reduction in pesticide costs, which outweigh the increase in seed costs to give a substantial increase in gross margin for farmers. As a result, empirical evidence and studies in Africa suggest that smallholder farmers see economic benefits when BT cotton is cultivated. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to add that BT cotton adoption in Nigeria hinges on establishing and maintaining trust among stakeholders. For example, government ministries, farmers, farmer association, researchers, regulators, community groups, and the private sector. By addressing challenges in building trust and engaging in trust-building practices early on, large-scale BT cotton adoption is likely to be successful in Nigeria. Once again, thank you for inviting me to this auspicious event. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am very sure he deserves another round of applause. Right, members of the top table, ladies and gentlemen, I am very sure we all listen very well. So I want to ask this quickly. Among those of us that speaks Hausa very well, do we have anyone that can interpret what the welcome remarks that he just gave to us now? Anyone that speaks Hausa very well? All right, thank you, sir. Please put your hands together for him as he comes. This way, sir. Please, let's have you here. Can we keep putting our hands together for him as he comes? No, come this way, sir.
My name, okay. Kamar yadda aka nema da Hausa ya kamata gaba ɗaya ne da Hausa ko? Inda an yadda ni ba Haushi ne. Sunana Ado Ali Dausayi daga Kano. Na farko mai bayani ya yi bayani akan cewar ya yi wa kowa da kowa lale da maraba da zuwa wannan taro da albarka, kuma sannan ya yi godiya ga first speaker kamar yadda ta bayanai ya gamsu da shi kwarai da gaske, kuma ya nuna godiyarsa bayani da farko, sannan ya ƙara da bayanan dalilan da ya sa suka yi amfani da BT cotton saboda mahimmancinsa da kuma yadda ake samun tagomashin 'ya'ya ga wannan iri fiye da wancan namu na gargajiya. Sannan ya yi bayani cewar kusan a Najeriya kusan kaso 60 na manomanmu kusan sun yarda da shi, ba don komai ba saboda sun jarraba sun gani sun ga cewar yana da nagarta kuma yana haifar da 'ya'ya mai yawa. So wanda ya sa manomanmu sun fara karɓarsa kwarai da gaske, sama da kaso 60 daga cikin manoma sun karɓe shi. Sannan ya ce shi wannan BT cotton hatta a China su ma kusan shi ne irin da suka fi yarda da shi fiye da na gargajiya. Sannan ya yi kira ga ƙungiyoyi da shugabanni da sauran dukkanin jama'a da su yi kira ga yadda za a karɓi wannan iri a ba shi muhimmanci yadda za a samu kyakkyawan tagomashi a noman auduga. Kusan a takaice wannan shi ne ɗan abin da na ɗan riska daga cikin wannan. Allah ubangiji da ruwa.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can we please give him another round of applause? Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving forward. And we are moving straight to goodwill message. And kickstarting the goodwill message yesterday is no other person but the #1 biotechnology police in Nigeria. I'm referring to no other person but the DG CEO, National Biosafety Management Agency, Dr. Rufus Ebega.
The Director General, National Biotechnology Development Agency, other members of the top table, our distinguished participants, good morning to you all. Good morning to you all. Today, happy to be in the midst of all the farmers that are here. I think this is an opportunity for you to hear from me as the regulator in charge of biosafety matters in the country. The National Biosafety Management Agency was established in the year 2015 to regulate the activities of modern biotechnology to ensure that all genetically modified organisms, before they are released for any purpose, they are confirmed safe to the environment and human health. So on that note, that the BT cotton was due diligently assessed on all matters of risk assessments as relates to the crop, and today this crop is being celebrated after being considered safe to the environment, the human health, and to animal health. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm supposed to be presenting a paper after now, but I have another very pressing assignment. I will quickly give you the synopsis of the safety measures that we applied for the commercialization of this BT cotton. The Nigerian government, ensuring that food security
and industrial growth are sustained within the Nigerian environment, has adopted the use of modern biotechnology as a tool to drive the economy, and also to ensure that the issues of genetically modified organisms, they are also safe before they are released for any purpose. So that note, the National Biosafety Management Agency was established to ensure that the activities of all institutions and organizations that will be doing genetic engineering are carried out under safety first standards. In 2001, the National Biotech Development Agency was established. And also there was a government policy that was also approved. And current agri policy also embraces the use of biotechnology to drive the agricultural sector. We have about 11 agri-research institutes in this country, conventional universities, and other private endeavors doing genetic engineering, all with a view to ensure we have security, we have raw materials and other needs, and also to drive the pharmaceutical industry so that we can have a country that is driven with safe modern biotechnology. Ladies and gentlemen, the BT team, the National Biosafety Management Agency has done due diligence, and this product is confirmed safe. In application of modern biotechnology, before any genetically modified organism is approved in Nigeria's space, the issue of risk assessment is crucial. That is to identify whether there's any risk associated with the products, classify the risks, profile them, and also to determine the level whether they can be managed or otherwise. The National Biosafety Management Agency in 2009 approved this cutting for confined feed trial, that is for experimental feed. And that we did diligently and went through the process, monitoring it to ensure that the product is safe. And subsequently, in 2016, commercialized this product after doing the risk assessment. And what are the areas we looked at? We look at the environmental impacts. Will the cotton solid become a weed? Will it become a superorganism? Will it become invasive and dominate the environment and replace other organisms and make other plants unable to survive? Discover that this cotton does not have such negative. We also discovered that the technology is applied to Maruca alone and not to other organisms. All this will ensure that biodiversity is not unnecessarily increased. We also look at the food, human safety, and animal safety. The risk assessment was carried out to ensure that the nutritional value of these BT cotton is substantially the same with conventional counterparts, apart from the gene that was inserted. And that gene that was inserted, we also looked at the history of its use and how it has lived among us over the years. It was taken from a particular bacteria known as Bacillus thuringiensis. And Bacillus thuringiensis today, if you touch the soil, it will attach your hand. If you harvest your garden egg, anything that is not sterilized, you will also have it in your hand. This has not had any health hazard on human beings, neither on animals. So we look at the history of security, and we also look at the GM cotton. Is this substantial? That is, does it look like the conventional counterpart? What it is composed of, has it been altered? No. And the gene of inside is also safe. So we see no reason why we cannot grant that. So that is why we granted the approval. We also look at the issue of socio-economic concerns. Does it have any impact on cultural value? It substantially has a great economic benefit. Because any new technology must have a value that is beneficial without also reduce your use of chemicals. Chemicals have been a major negative, has contributed negatively to the issue of greenhouse gases. When we talk about greenhouse gases, today we are talking about climate. So many gases that break down the ozone layer, making the direct impact of soil. It can cause things. It has caused a lot of changes in the climate. Excessive rain, diseases, insect infestation, and so on, drought, and so many impacts. So this genetically modified cotton that you are using today can tell you how it's environmentally friendly, it has higher yields, and also it can be consumed by those who eat cotton oil, and also can be used for animal feed and some other consumption purposes. And it will also revamp our economy. So these are the factors we looked at before we consider AC. I want to tell you, those wrong information you hear from people, please discountenance it. Government has put in place measures to ensure that all GMOs in the country are safe, including this cotton. So it is safe, whatever purpose you want to use it for. Do not be afraid to use it. It will increase your yields. And apart from that, government is there to ensure that you are protected. No individual can protect you more than the government. Government has a stake in these citizens, and we stand in this gap for government and national constitution management. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I've come here today to assure you that this product is safe. And other products we see that we approve in this country, please trust our judgment, trust the government. Government to ensure that agricultural sector become revamped to ensure there's full security. Not just full security, for the farmers to have enough money in their pocket, for the farmers to look like most of the big men you see in America who are great farmers. We want Nigerian farmers to be great men and women. You can be farmer. You do not need to be afraid of what government decisions are taken on your behalf. So I want to welcome you and thank you for listening to my little presentation.
Thank you so much, DG CEO MBMA, Dr. Rufus Ebegba. Can we please give him another round of applause? You know, when authority speaks, all fears are allayed. This is not just an authority, but a regulator. Thank you so much, sir. Right, in view of this, we're moving forward, the goodwill message. The next person we want to call, they are like the number one off-takers of this technology. I'm referring to no other people but the Nakota. The Nakota president, Mr. Adibe Ashimogu, but is ably represented here today by Mr. Ado Shule. Can we please welcome him for his goodwill message?
Thank you very much. DG, NABDAC, and other dignitaries on the high table, farmers and participants, good morning all. We are very glad to be here because I'm very, very happy that cotton has been picked as one of the crops that will be, beneficiary to this technology. As we all know, the cotton is an industry on its own. Cotton, look at the whole cotton value chain. You'll discover that cotton alone can be a major foreign exchange earner. But when you look at the production, the employment chain, when it gets to generics and textiles, all of us here are very close, and it's a product of cotton. And you can see there are countries in the world today that they depend solely on cotton for their economy. I think Nigeria deserves to get to that stage. And as you can see, it has not been easy for the cotton industry, especially as we know, the industry has been down. Before the government of Muhammad Buhari decided to do something about it, came with the Anchor Growers program, which I believe has been enough impact in terms of the farming industry. And I can tell you, the introduction of this BT cotton and the right here can bear witness to how we have been working together to ensure that we get our farmers to know this cotton and to use this cotton. as we did in one of our experimental farms in Brazil, where we had about 6,000 hectares of land cultivated with native cottons. We saw the magic that was on there. And we believe if this thing is drilled down and we're able to reach every cotton farmer, we know the impact of. Like I recall, I went to Lola. I visited Lola where this cotton. And one thing I observed in the village is that most of the houses there are all board houses. Basically, one house. But production and wonderful people that can have uh, 2,000 on. I saw the package, and this to some farmers it's not affordable, and that's why thank God the United States is here, and who are the champions of trying to see how they can assist us in so many things. So I actually pleaded to do like the USAID and come in to some kind of arrangement that our farmers actually have access to this. That our farmers some kind of subsidy or some kind of loan. But I tell you, if the farmer gets a credit facility for that for this seeds, he'll be able to pay back immediately. And I think it is good that all the necessary government agencies and foreign donors that want to help this country, that want to be involved in the sector. So please come and help us and help our farmers. Because we really want to, they are aware, like in my own in national conference, we have been to spread the awareness to the maximum. There's hardly any farmer in our institution that doesn't know anything about they all know it, they want it, they crave for it, but can they afford it? That's the problem. So these are one of the things, and I think one of the ways that this can be done and can make it cheaper is to localize the production. I remember Mr. Lang was talking about us doing some partnership and we support experimental farms here and there, so that we can see how we can start doing production locally. I think if that local production is invested on, we will go a long way and see that it becomes affordable, cheaper for the farmer. So once again, I would like to thank NAFDA. I'm very, very grateful for making us be part of this show, and that we hope that this workshop will probably be something very positive that will help the farmers and the economy of the country. Thank you very much.
Can we please give him another round of applause? We just heard from the president of Dakota, duly represented by our dear old Adosule. Thank you so much. All right, we're moving forward. With all sense of humility and due respect, I want to quickly invite to the top table the representative of the DG CEO of National Agricultural Seed Council, so director from the agency and is representing the DG CEO, Dr. Isha Khalid. Please put your hands together for him as he comes to the right table. Thank you so much, sir. You're welcome. All right, moving on. Let me quickly invite to the microphone the president I would want to do my remarks in this way. Mine is, I'm just finding myself a new person in this community, and I really want to appreciate NAPDA for finding Sunflower worthy of being here. I'm really grateful, but I have 2 to 3 things that I want to say. One, associations, just like myself here, Narcotan is here, and many other commodities that have groups, national groups, interface with them so that they can be much more aware of what is happening in the GM industry. I want to recall that just last week, somebody posted on our platform of the GMC and he was being attacked. I had to invite my sister to help us out. But by the time she came in, when she gave scientific issues, those who were attacking just went down to slumber. And therefore, we need more awareness in the area of the importance of GM policy. I have less to talk, and that's the message I have.
Recognize, even despite that, most recognize the Director General on national laws. I think, and of course, national law safety is recognize the efforts and see my friend Smith Gerard, we are here again, and my very long friends, Dakota. I think I recall some years back during the Cotton Republic Management handling of cotton, where very good Dakota. Some years back during okay, so thank you very much. On behalf of my Director General, I appreciate the opportunity for being here today. Well, I know cotton has been a very important crop, particularly when it comes to the economy of the country. It dates back to the history of the country. Before independence and even shortly after independence, cotton has always played a due in terms of the national economic development. So I know the both from the production to the textile industry, cotton has become a very key in the Nigerian economy. So when we have forums to talk of cotton, we feel great. But bringing it back to around life is okay. And when you look at technologies, meaning bringing in newer varieties, new this, then we look at probably those ones that are going to be having increased productivity, unit area. And I think the GM cutting today, which we already had contact with, is the way to go. I recall some 2-3 years ago when Mr. Ravi had been coming with applications to bring them into the country. So we make sure that at least we have gotten what the National Biosafety Agency said. But the moment they told us they are safe, then we now know, oh, yes, we are there now. And I'm sure we didn't waste time recognizing the importance of cutting to the farmers. We not didn't waste time in ensuring that approvals are given for importation of such cuttings. And I think as we made it an annual responsibility to be sure that the cotton, when that's in come, I remember I also had to call that these quantities you are bringing in, considering the number of members of NACOTA, will not be adequate. So also worried about the national interest, creating jobs here. So that's why NAC is insisting that the hybrid technology teach our farmers so that they will also have a knowledge of how this is, rather than going to import in very large numbers, creating jobs for other countries and impoverishing ourselves here. So in the light of that, NAS have been very proactive in ensuring that this product is made available. So, and I will thank Miyako. Miyako happens to be one of the provinces. There's also another company now coming on board. So, but we think that the two or more will make it better. But at best, if we produce locally for our local needs, so that we create jobs, the teeming youths that are not even having the jobs opportunities that we have, then we also have an opportunity of revamping our textile industry. So I think we want us to proceed quickly by ending up my goodwill message there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Isha Khalid, of the Director General, National State Council. Thank you. At this time, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring up for the keynote address the Director General of the National Biotechnology Development Agency's representative, who would have been here with us, but is unavoidably absent. That's the DGCEO himself, Professor Abdullahi Mustafa. But the representative is here. That's the Director of Agricultural Biotechnology Department of the National Biotechnology Development Agency. And so at this time, let's welcome him, Dr. Nasir Ibrahim, for the keynote address. A round of applause for him as he comes forward.
I, Dr. Nasir Ibrahim, the Director of Biotechnology Department of NAFDA, on behalf of the DG, CEO of NAFDA, Professor Abdullah Mustafa, I wish to deliver this keynote address to this important gathering. The Council of the USDA, the girl, the DG NAFMA, Dr. Rufus Baba, the representative of the DG National Security, the representative of the Director of Agriculture, all the NACOTON President, Mayako Nigeria Limited, run by Mr. Kumar, country representative of Dr. Rose Gado, Dr. Sagir PI, Cotton Rosar, member of the protocol, Cotton Farmers, member of the press, our protocol unit were all welcome. So I want to deliver the keynote address by the DG, CEO NAFDA, Professor William Mustafa, who is unavoidably absent to another national summit. So I'm really delighted to welcome you all to this Holders One Day Training Workshop organized by the Open Forum on Agricultural Biotechnology offered in Africa, Nigerian chapter, under the leadership of the National Biotechnology Agency, NAFDA. and collaboration with the State Department of USDA and the National Cotton Association of Nigeria, NACOTA. There is no doubt that this workshop is timely with the term grassroots engagement for sustainable commercialization of BT cotton than now. It is worthy to know that as far back as 30 to 40 years, biotechnology worldwide has shifted from being seen as a strategic emerging industry to one of the mainstream of the most advanced nations' strategic industries, making biotechnology one of the powerful key pillars of development of any nation globally. This makes it necessary to use advanced technological tools like genetic engineering and crop production to generate more yield economically by scale for Nigerian farmers and for the revival of redundant industries. Hence, in terms of this training workshop, Nigerian commercialized its first genetically modified crop, which is BT, in 2018, aimed at revitalizing it underutilized textile industry and also post-economic development to the nation. I recall that the textile industry in Nigeria was a major employer of labor and revenue generation in the 70s to 90s. Nevertheless, indicate that at its peak between 1970 and 1990, it comprised about 130 modern factories, supported numerous other auxiliary firms, providing about over 250,000 direct employment and 1.2 million direct jobs. Today, however, only about three factories remain functioning in the country, and the local cotton industry is in comatose now, probably due to the lack of good seed or planting material, low yield, and high cost of production associated with insects damage, pests and disease as well. These pests reduce yield up to 60%, which has implication on farmers' profit and have also been found to be detrimental to the environment as well. This development motivated National Botanical Development Agency in collaboration with Institute for Agriculture Research IRAB, Fire and Maheko Nigeria Limited for the development, commercialization, and development of new improved variety of transgenic hybrid cotton to the farmers. The cotton has been genetically modified to indicate a gene from it can provide at least 1 to 4.4 tons per hectare in comparison to the local market, which yield just 600 demonstrating bollworm and to soaking insects and pests. It will help farmers to reduce their use of pesticides, thus minimizing environmental impact and hazards and lowering production costs as well, with less labor. This variety of BT cotton are suitable for cultivation in all Nigerian cotton growing zones, in addition to the pest resistant status or threat. They offer early maturity, fiber lengths, and other important features. BT cotton variety will save farmers the trouble of contending with the local conventional variety or races, which is no longer associated in the international market. Recent initiative to improve the contribution of the agricultural sector to economic growth in Nigeria have emphasized the importance of the cotton production in stimulating the economy. BT cotton therefore raise hope for textile industry revival and the commercialization has started a revolution that will help Nigeria in its cotton shortage. The touch has been set for self-sufficiency in the production of cotton as an industrial raw material with the subsequent transformation of the textile industry. The production data of the improved variety of cotton obtained from farmers' field has raised hope that the modern textile industry in Nigeria will soon come alive. Nigerian farmers who will be involved in beauty cotton business will be empowered to enjoy increased productivity. The evolution of cotton from the farm to process of cotton industry workers in the spinning and textile industry will also create job opportunity that government is designing for global trade player. Other Tanzanian crop in the pipeline of commercialization include teller beans, hasty soybeans, among several others. Nigerian Tanzanian coffee, which is the world-first genetically modified food-borne resistant coffee, is emphasizing the nation's food production. We will not relent our effort to continuously train farmers and other stakeholders on the adoption of this cutting-edge technology and advancement. While applaud our partners and other key players contributing to the success of the adoption and development of portfolio in Nigeria, I implore all trainees at this workshop to embrace the technology and tell other farmers as the girls so that together we'll grow wealth and fight hunger and poverty in the country. Thank you for your kind attention. God bless the whole of Nigeria. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nasir Ibrahim, representing the Director General, National Biotechnology Development Agency. That was a great delivery. A round of applause for him one more time. At this time, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the first session. After the group photograph, we'll come back inside the hall for the tea break, and after the tea break, we'll commence the technical session. Like I announced earlier, please go with your valuables as you're stepping out. Ensure you go with your valuables. You can leave your jotters, your workshop packages on your table. Nobody will take tamper with it. For your laptops, your phones, and other gadgets, kindly take them with you as you step out. Thank you. Sirs, Ma, can we step down for the group photograph? Who's taking the picture? Please lead the way so that we know where we're having the picture. Are we stepping outside or we're just having it on the... Okay, we should stay here. Can this place take everyone, including the participants? Everybody? All right, okay. All right, so the people on the high table first, and the other people would join them. Is that okay? You need to move back a bit because of the chairs. No. All right, I'm done. Have we? All participants will come behind.
Thank you. Finally, it worked. Yes, yes. Yeah. So then we're going to start thinking of what to focus on. Okay.
Sarah,
When does it happen?
please find out what I asked you.
One, two, ready. Recording.
All right, so this is the procedure for tea break. Those on the top table will take the lead. The DG will lead them. The DG will snap down the representative to the top to the tea break. For the tea break, will go down there. After that, others will follow. Please let's follow the order I just mentioned. Dignitaries first. Those on the high table will go to the tea table first before other participants will join. And please let's be orderly. Everyone will get food. Thank you. In the course of my introduction earlier on, I left out some very important people, and I want to apologize for that and quickly recognize them. And that's the gentleman of the press. Thank Oh, dignitaries, we're waiting for you, please. So you have your tea and your snacks. Please go back. You can go back to the high table. Yes. Dignitaries on the high table, we're still waiting for you, please. Come for tea, come for your snacks, so that others can also have theirs. No, sir.
That's what is it?
So I have it here. Yes, any. Yes. Yes, I want to. So I feel yes, I had the recognition. I
Remaining are all personal.
Okay.
Say, oh, it means it's a big one, but I'll go fast.
Okay. So I hit go.
Maybe
Okay, so I think fine. So can I post the screen? Nope.
He hasn't given you.
Guest speaker. Did you?
No.
No.
So I give you one better.
No. No.
So my
Yes. So we can. Is there anything else? But let me see. I can use I have yes. No, I also need to have so it needs to be
What's the picture? There was the point of putting there was the
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the tea break. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed your tea and your snacks. Did you?
Yes.
But only one person did. Okay. All right. Those that did not answer will not have lunch. Did you enjoy your tea break? All right, so everybody will have lunch. All right, so at this time, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to the technical session, and we'll be exploring the topic, cotton varietal selection and production in Nigeria. Cotton varietal selection and production in Nigeria. And this session will be handled by our guests, the PIBT Cotton IAR Zaria, Dr. Sagir Mohammed. A round of applause for him. So this screen will be for those on the top table, for you to view, and that screen will be for those the participants.
Yes, you said. Okay, I will give him a. Problem was the cable, but I have this one. Oh yeah. Okay. Sir, you can start
Okay.
using your laptop.
We are a little behind schedule, and let me just take permission to stand on the existing protocol so that we go ahead and make the presentation. I want to use this opportunity to extend my director's goodwill messages. I communicated with him yesterday on yesterday's event, and he has commended OPAP for the position it has taken in the publicity of GMOs, and then congratulates also the recipients of yesterday's media out. For my presentation, cotton variety selection and production, I would have made it very short, very short, because all of us here, we might have been very keen during selection of our wives or our husbands. You don't just look at a woman in the market and say, please, let's get married tomorrow. Another would already agree to sit with the person next to her in a vehicle and say, can we get married? We always try to be very keen and selective of certain traits, certain characters, certain values of the person I want to stay with for the rest of my life. As cotton farmers, one thing that is primary is selection of the seed that the farmer will take to the field for production. You can spend all the money in fertilizer. You can also spend all the money in field management, weeding, your herbicide, cost of harvesting, bags for harvesting and what have you, preparing your store. But all this, if the farmer fails in selecting a very good variety, desirable for the purpose of the production, the farming venture is going to fail. So it is very, very important to select a variety that will suit the need of the purpose for the production. With cotton, if you consider even the fiber property, it's enough for you to make a consideration. Do I have a market for long staple cotton? Extra long staple, short, medium, because they all have their own values, their own usefulness in the cotton industry, the textile and what have you, and other products that are produced from cotton. So selection of variety is always very important when it comes. Sorry for the interruption. Yeah.
Sorry for the interruption. So, there we go. This is one of the most important decisions a cotton farmer takes to ensure productive yield that ensures profit making. It affects all other decision making on how the crop is managed through the growing season. Like I have said earlier, good land preparation, planting, fertilizer, pesticide, herbicide, and what have you. If you don't choose, there is failure there for the farmer. Secure seed from reliable sources. This is very, very important. I remember during our varietal release in 2017, 2018, I was in Adamawa State. There was a field adjacent to our variety trial. It was heavily devastated by pests and diseases, while our cotton demonstration plot was free of any insect or diseases, which the management will have improved on it. The farmer rushed to me and asked me, which variety are you using? That my farmer is devastated by insects and diseases, and your plot that is adjacent to mine is not affected. The first question I asked the farmer was, where did you get your seed? He said he got the seed from either Cameroon or Benin. How did you get to your hand? He got it from a ginnery. And why do you get it from the ginnery? They sell it in the market. So you have terrible mixtures of undesirable seeds that are there, put all together, and then the farmer goes to buy. Incidentally, if you have any infested seeds that are there, it's going to spoil the whole field. So whatever management practices a farmer employ, if you don't choose the right variety, you are going to fail in your farm. Let me give you an expo. Not only cotton, any seed of crop that you plant, make sure that you get registered companies that are available across. You get seeds that are free of any mixture, free of any disease, and then you choose a variety that will have the potential for the yield you expect to have in a crop at the end of the harvest. You want to maintain high yield and good fiber quality. How do you achieve that? You achieve that with a healthy crop and management after variety selection, and that will ensure good square retention on your crop. It will ensure good bulb distribution in your field, just where you have it on the picture there. This plant, by your left, is heavily loaded with balls. Look at the retention of the balls on the symposium, and then look at how healthy balls a farmer can achieve if you make the right selection of a seed that you take to the field. You have a very beautiful field smiling you when you get to your field during harvest. So this is all part of what you should consider to select a variety which is very, very paramount to achieve good production and productivity of cotton and for higher yield. Yield in cotton is translated into the number of productive balls. You can have many balls on your plants, but they may not be productive. They may have been aborted by insects, they may have been affected by diseases, they may have been affected by psychological maturity, depending on location where you are growing your cotton seed. Then the ball weight also is a factor. It affects the maturity. It affects the quality of the cotton length of the cotton that you are harvesting. And then the desirable parameters of the fiber are also there if you choose the right variety to take to your field. Several varieties have been released over the years by the Institute for Agricultural Research, Ahmad Bello University, Zaria, specific for regions where cotton are grown. We have some cotton 8 designed for production in the northern eastern cotton zone of Nigeria, some cotton 9 for some cotton 10 for the north central Nigeria, and then you have cotton 11 for the southern cotton zone. We have 2 that are long staple cotton, somewhat 12 and 13 that are designed to be produced because they grow longer than these other varieties mentioned above. They can be grown under supplementary irrigation, particularly in the west, where an area that is very, very important for cotton production in the country and the northeast as well. In recent years, we are with the BT cotton varieties. We have had a toggle of war of the words that have been said before the inception of the variety release of BT cotton in Nigeria. I started saying it yesterday. A lot of even scientists amongst us then were not agreeing. To take BT cotton into our fields. We have thought it was going to be a soil, natural plant, and so many other things many people have said. I stood in 2016 to say, as scientists, we have a mission. We go through investigation to find what is good and what is bad. Let's try BT cotton and see. Other countries have gone far ahead than us. I was in India 2 weeks ago for a research tour. 98% of the cotton produced in India is BT cotton. And India is one of the leading countries in cotton production in the world. It's either India or China. They are the leading. They are the leading cotton producers in the world. They have a whole cotton cluster that involves the producers, the manufacturers, the public makers, and all that you have to have in cotton production and its utilization. So if other countries are producing cotton, BT cotton, and they survived it, in fact, cotton has employed larger population of the youth in the area we have visited, southern India, Coimbatore. Larger population of the youth were employed under cotton industry, one aspect of cotton or another. If we have this in Nigeria, I don't think that is one singular crop. That is one singular crop in Nigeria that could employ through the long value chain the youth in Nigeria than cotton presently. So 2 varieties during the variety release process were released in Nigeria with higher potential of yield than the existing cotton varieties that we have. And they are a little earlier in maturity than our conventional cotton varieties. Transgenic, GMO, where are we? Have we taken BT cotton? Yes, I think we have taken it. That's why we're here. We want you to take this information to the farmers, neighboring farmers, to your houses, to your farms, and tell them about BT cotton. BT cotton has come to stay, and the research in transgenic cotton varieties is ongoing. Currently, we have a couple of projects that are testing more BT cotton varieties for the farmer so that a farmer has a choice to produce what he wants. That is what we want. As breeders, you don't produce or you don't develop a variety that the farmer or that you want, but you develop what the farmer wants. Small time, a farmer may reject BT cotton of a particular variety, and he or she has a choice to take what he wants to the field. So, variety release of transgenic cotton variety is ongoing, and even for other crops. Crop establishment. We have whether conventional or BT, but we are trying to piece on us that BT cotton is safe to our environment, is safe to our system. When we tested the BT cotton varieties that have been released, we have found that the fiber properties were at par with the existing varieties that we have. The yield is the same. In fact, if you are not told, the only impression you are cotton, if you are not told that BT cotton variety, so it's a normal cotton. It's not different from any other cotton that you know, other than what, than the potentials that it has in terms of yield and terms of level of resistance to the insect, especially bollworm that has been devastating to cotton in the field. Because cotton cotton bollworm can reduce your yield to 80% if not been taken care of. And what is the essence of introducing the BT cotton is to reduce the drudgery, the burden of the farmer using chemical all the time in the field is not cost effective and is not safe for the environment and even not safe for the farmer that is using the chemical to control his field. Crop establishment at the earliest planting time is when rains are established. From mid-June to end of June is the time for early planting. Late planting between mid-June to sometime end of mid-July to end of July. We have to be very careful. And we manage the plant population. If you are planting in June, you use 90 by 45 centimeter spacing. If you are planting late, you use a corolla spacing of 75 by 40 so that you cover the plant population in terms of the yield turnout as per planting earlier. If you delay planting of cotton, in fact, you will tell me 1 or 2 weeks difference between your neighbor can show you the impact of being late on your farm. It can reduce yield to no less than 40% at the end of the harvest. Fertilizers, then you have to ensure good seedbed preparation, plowing where necessary, harrowing and ridging. Seed rate with the undiluted quantity, the one we are more used to, you use 15 to 20 kg per hectare. With the conventional or the hybrid varieties that are currently in use, you use between 5 to 6 kg of seed to produce a hectare. Later, you thin 2 plants per stand at 2 to 3 weeks after sowing. Fertilizer, it depends on the level of fertility of your soil. Some soils are very fertile. A farmer here can tell me that we have planted cotton in one field with little fertilizer. You'll be surprised if you go to see the cotton in the field now. So depending on the fertility of your soil, you need to apply a maximum of 400 kg of NPK 15-15 where it is available. This will make up for 60 kg per hectare of nitrogen, 25 kg of phosphorus, and then 25 kg of potassium, which is very, very important for bulb retention. 300 kg is printed there. Agree with me, we have a lot of adulteration on conformance, nutritional constituent of the fertilizers and every chemical that we have in the field. During the last 2 years, we have carried out a test at the Institute for Agricultural Research at Medical University Zaria, and we have found 3 brands of fertilizers with different population of the chemical constituent that are there. So to be on the safer side, we advise farmers to use up to 300 kg for a very good crop in their fields. Use that as top dressing or at planting time, PIP. Nitrogen is applied at split application twice between 2nd week and 6 weeks after sowing. Field sanitation is all there. You are hand weeding or use of herbicides, especially pre-emergent herbicide where necessary if the farmer can afford. But ensure so that you do away with even insect population, because a dirty field, a weedy field can harbor a lot of insects and diseases that will affect cotton productivity. Chemical herbicides, as pre-plant herbicides, paraquat, glyphosate, prior to planting. And then, unfortunately, we used to have a post-emergent herbicide for cotton, but in recent years, we haven't having one. But a lot of investigations, I believe, have been on the pipeline to have post-emergent herbicide for cotton that farmers can use to maintain a clean field for effective productivity. Pest management. After varietal selection, after managing the field, you need to control insects in your field. Our conventional cotton varieties have to be sprayed between 3, 4 to 5 or 6 times even, depending on the plant population or the insect population dynamics of the insects. You have to manage the field. Some of the management of the insect in the field are cultural control. For 10, 11 down to 12 have been specifically produced in certain cotton zones in Nigeria for the purpose of maintenance of their health and productivity in those areas. It does not mean that if you take some cotton 8 to the southern part of the country, it's not going to grow, but there will be a problem. They are being bred for specific zones. So choose a variety for specific location where you grow cotton. Sowing date, like we said earlier, mid-June if possible. Peel sanitation, be prompt. Don't keep your cotton in the field with chemical control. One of the ways to control chemicals in the field is through seed dressing. Seed dressing is very, very important because some of the insects or that affect cotton are either harbored in the seed or they may be harbored in the soil where you place your seed. So seed dressing chemical is very, very essential as it reduces the extent to which your seed will be killed even before emergence or can be affected by a particular pest or disease as it starts growing. So we have foliar application of insects, that is after the cotton crop. Ensure use of appropriate chemicals and follow application regime for optimum results. Many a times farmers buy chemicals in the market. We have a lot of adaptation. And farmers complain to you, I have bought so chemical from so market or from so dental. At the end, you find out that it doesn't give a very good result. Use your extension agents, extension personnel, the ministries, the ADPs, or research institutes very close to you to find out which chemical do I use for my particular crop and at what time do I apply, what concentration. Sometimes we miss the concentration of application for which is not going to be effective. And sometimes we overdose. When you overdose, sometimes it affects the plant by killing the leaves, by killing the flowers, and you complain to say that you have applied a particular chemical and it has killed all, it depolated your the flowers on your plant or even the buds. So be very cautious when you buy a chemical and follow the recommended application rate and then spray regime. This is very, very important. Seek advice from professionals. The research institute, like I said, extension staff, and anybody that is more learned in your location that is close to you. Employ integrated pest management control. Sometimes, for whatever reason, you may not apply the very much chemical that is needed, maybe because a farmer cannot afford it, or because the chemical is not available. But if you are very cautious to use cultural practices, chemical practices, and then other avenues as well as integrated pest management, you ensure reduced manifestation of insect in your field. One of them, selection of variety. If you dare want to go into free cotton of all, I think planting of BT cotton is an answer to that. Otherwise, you spray more number of times than you can spray when you are planting BT cotton. Harvesting. Seed cotton harvesting is done at the crop physiological maturity. At least 175 of the balls are split open. Harvesting can be manual or mechanical. In fact, we have less of use of mechanical harvesting in Nigeria, but it prevails elsewhere. Most of the harvesting we carry out now is manual harvesting by hand picking. We have made of recent in India one small machine, one plucking machine does more in number, I think about 10 times, can I remember? I can't remember very well, but 10 times what one person can do in a field in a particular day. Maybe with time, farmers will have it at in their hands and then can try it. But meantime, we're using manual harvesting. So avoid contamination with debris and trash on the farm. This reduces the cost or the price of your cotton. So you need a clean cotton harvested for good and attractive market. Avoid disease linked during harvest. When we come to harvest, sometimes a farmer will want to remove all lint in the field. Don't add sick lint to a healthy lint. Lint that has been affected by disease or insect, leave it out to attract premium price for your lint that you are going to take to the market. By adding contaminated lint, it spoils the whole content of the cotton in the bag, and then it reduces you are going to attract from the sales of the cotton in the market. After harvest, store seed in a cool, dry environment and with adequate ventilation. Ensure protection, especially of rodents. After eating, they even urinate, they defecate there, and they swallow your cotton. Please ensure adequate control in the store for clean cotton that attracts good market premium. Just a scenario of what happens with cotton production globally. We see Nigeria as a leading cotton producer. That was in those years, more than 50 decades ago. Now we are nowhere. I have looked into my document to find one statistic, a recent statistic of 2020-2021, where Nigeria is last on the list. Burkina Faso, Benin, all are like leading producers in West Africa, but Nigeria is there. Fortunately, I have had a discussion with some farmers recently. They assured me that cotton production is gaining ground again, maybe because of the inception of the BT cotton varieties that are being grown by farmers. But just to have an idea, this is to trigger your minds. Where will we be in this chart? China is there as a larger producing country, India is there, and other countries, USA, and what have you. The tonnage is also translated in what they are able to produce, and this is where we are. We call on our stakeholders, the government, and everybody towards improved production and productivity of cotton in Nigeria for good livelihood of our farmers. Thank you very much. Have I answered the
Yes.
An ce na ɗan yi ɗan Hausa kaɗan tun da na Hausa ko saboda audience. Maganar da muke yi a wannan kasidar abu ɗaya ne, zaɓi na irin da manomi zai shuka. Kamar yadda na fara a gurguje, ba wanda yake yin abu ya tsaya ya siya ita kuma ba ta ganin ka kaso ka kashi a banfiya wata a kasuwa wani da kai ba kowa yana tsayawa ya kai cewa ya zaɓi da ya dace to wani yana da wannan dama kuma shi zaɓi irin nan yana da millimeter. Akwai wadda take kuma misali lokacin kamar 32 ko 28, 26, 27 irin da ya dace. An ware shi zuwa wasu wurare. Akwai wanda an ware shi yankin gabashin Najeriya da na tsakiyar da na kudancin Najeriya, sannan kuma da waɗanda aka ware domin a yi amfani da ban ruwa ƙarshen ruwa idan ya wuce. So duka waɗannan yana da irin abin da wani mai yake shi na zaɓi ga cewa ya zaɓi irin da ya dace ya ce ya kai gona. Sannan ne mana magana da muka samu wanda shi ne ya ma a yau. Shi ne ya haɗa ma a yau. Wannan iri ce wanda da yawan ku manoma abin da ta kara kula mai kawai. C576 da C571. Ce maka nasi mai yi saboda da kuma musanto a samar da wasu da ke suna ɗaya gurin su ta fuskar su gutsa da wajen kusan hekta 5 gaba ɗaya da cuta da ƙwari sun cinye ta. Mu kuma ta masu makin titi kalau. Kuma ke ce me ya faru? Ta ce masa ya ce wani irin kamar ko an samo daga binin ne ina a kai shi ya ce an ji an ka ayi jinin. Shi mai jinin in ya jinin linti yake nema ba abin da ya dame shi da iri ko ma da wannan ne ya dame shi ba. Auduga dai ka kawo ya gurza saboda haka iri an ɗauko na Sokoto an ɗauko na ko ina ma dai an zo an haɗa an gurza an bayar kuma shi kawo iri cikin ƙasa yana da illa saboda idan ba shi da cuta a can idan ka kawo sai ya kawo cuta a nan idan ba shi da ƙwaro a can in ka kawo sai ya ƙwaro a nan ko da aka kawo waɗannan irirrikan na mai hiko wannan BT cotton variety sun kafin a yi ta sha mana masu shuka mun yi conducting demonstration plot trial a state kusan 10 babu inda ban je ba cikin sassan da aka state 17 muka yi trial nasu kuma ko ina mun yi trial guda biyu kuma shekara kafin mu tantance cikin irirrikan da aka kawo mu samar da waɗannan guda biyu da kuke shuka kuma manoma suke yaba da su saboda haka zaɓin iri yana da muhimmanci. Idan baka zaɓi kyakkyawan iri ba, za ka yi wahala ta taki, za ka yi wahala ta maganin feshi, za ka yi wahala ta noma da za ka yi, za ka yi wahala ta zaɓin guri ma mai nagarta. Ƙasar ka za ta zo mai nagarta, ka yi noma, ka yi haro, ka yi huɗa, duk wani abu da ake buƙata ka yi. Amma idan baka dace da irin ba, sai duka tashi a bai baka yi komai ba. Sannan kuma ka ƙarfafa cewa idan za a shuka auduga a shuka ta da wuri, farkon watan 6, sati na 1 na 2 na watan 6 a shuka. Da ruwa ya sauka kana da irinka a hannu, ka je ka kai shi gona. Saboda sati 1 ko sati 2 na bambanci tsakaninka da makocinka wajen shuka auduga zai nuna maka bambancin da za ka yi mamaki. Yana da kyau a yi wannan. A kiyaye da tazarar auduga lokacin da aka sata. Idan ka yi shuka wuri, muka ce santimita 45 da santimita 90 tsakanin kunya da kunya. Kuma kayi a makare, muka ce ka yi santimita 75 kuma ciki tsakanin kunya da tsakanin shuka da shuka ka yi santimita 40. Ina fata mun gane. Sannan kuma muke magana akan kiyaye abubuwa da za su taɓa amfanin ka, musamman ƙwari. Ita auduga abokiyar ƙwari ce, kowa ya san wannan. Auduga ba ta yi babu ƙwari, sannan kuma ba a yin auduga sai da feshi. Amma wasu daga cikin abubuwan da za ka gyara ko kuma ka ɗan rage kaifin magani da za ka amfani da shi na ƙwari akan auduga shine ka yi amfani da wasu abubuwa ne da kullum da ake, kamar zaɓin gurin da za ka yi shuka, zaɓin irin da za ka shuka, sannan kuma noma akan lokaci. Duk wanda yana taimaka, saboda ciyawa da kake gani wata tana rike wata cuta ko kuma ƙwaron da zai wa auduga ka illa a gona. Yana da kyakkyawan noma akan lokaci da kuma sa takin da ya dace duka yana da muhimmanci. Sannan kuma a guji sayan magunguna na magani a gurin yan baranda. Gudun ka je kasuwa gudun ka ga magani ka ce a wannan maganin a ina auduga ne, a baka ka je ka fesa shi a gona. Da yawa manoma suna kashe auduga, sai sun kashe audugar sai su dawo gurin su ce fa na je na sai magani kaza, sanda zai sai maganin bai gama ba, sanda zai sai bai ya samu malamin gona ba, sanda zai saya bai ya samu wanda zai ba shi shawara cewa ga irin maganin da ya kamata ya saya ba, sai illa ta faru sannan zai so. Muna kira da a kiyaye idan za a sai magani a je a saya gurin da ya dace, kuma a nemi shawarar wanda suka san irin maganin da ya kamata mu ya sa. Zan saya a nan, idan da akwai wani tambaya kuma daga baya sai amsa insha Allah. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sagar Mohammed, all the way from IAR. It's our guest speaker on today's edition of this workshop, and he's been speaking on cotton varietal selection and production in Nigeria. He has done a great work and insightful delivery, and has assured us that BT cotton has come to stay, and it is safe for our environment. I believe it deserves another round of applause. For the next 25, 30 minutes, we'll be looking at this, the breaking, what it means to break breaking barriers of prejudices through science communication. And we'll be examining the case of PCR outing. We'll be examining the case study of PT continent. All right, I'll be welcoming Mama Ufab, as we've been calling her since. Mama Ufab is the Deputy Director in the Biotech Department, NAFDA, and the Country Coordinator, Dr. Rose Dado. A round of applause for her. She takes a presentation.
We open the presentation. Yes, I can be. Yeah. Thank you very much. the members of the really very much delighted to have you. The title of the barriers of prejudices through science. Prejudice is because unfavorable assumptions, unfavorable remarks, unfavorable things about the technology, which we all know that that is what it is. We have a group called the anti-GM group that are vehemently against this technology. So we have to actually use science communication. When I say science communication, of course, evidences providing to the general public for those who don't have access to those information. You see the technology. Of course, if he does not have access to the right one, there's that likelihood that they will all join out of ignorance. So it's left upon us, the scientists, in a forum like this, to come, like Dr. Sagir has just presented. He's actually the principal investigator for this BT cotton, this Mahiko BT cotton in Nigeria. And so he has given you all those facts about it. He carried out the research that led to the commercialization of this technology, and the National Biosafety Management Agency approved the safety of this BT cotton. If not for NDMA, the farmers would not have had it in their farms. So we have all the structures, all the frameworks in Nigeria to go into commercialization of this project. So science communication is actually a process that involves sharing of information, wonderments, and then raising awareness, of science-related topics. Projects like this, we have the BT cotton, we have the BT cowpea, that's the beans that has been also developed, of course, to be against the insect maruca. The cotton is for insect, the pink bollworm insects or all insects in the bollworm complex. So, as a scientist starts a project, project that he knows should impact upon the community of farmers, everyone in the society, to build in communication, a component in that project, so that people will understand what he's doing and why he's doing that he's doing. Because if people don't understand, by the time you finish your research and you want people to begin to have your product, of course, when people don't understand what they're being given, they will not buy it. So when it comes to consumer acceptance, it becomes a problem. And the policymakers, so if they don't understand, there will not be enabling policies that will actually lead that, make that project to be translational. So all our projects, need to be translational. If it doesn't translate to a product that will impact upon the community, that will empower the farmers and all businessmen that will actually, be involved in the distribution either of the seeds and what, then we haven't done anything. And that is why we are like, this open forum on agricultural biotechnology in Africa Nigeria chapter was actually initiated to provide that platform where all the stakeholders, scientists, the farmers, the business people, the seed companies, will come under same umbrella and discuss all the pertinent, issues concerning the project. If there are questions, if there are facts, if there are what, we all share the information so that people will understand what the scientist is doing. Because if that barrier, is not broken, I mean, that, the product will not see the light of the day because of rejection. So communication between scientists and the public is very crucial, especially about scientific researches. speaking the jargons. The scientists are always talking jargons. Like when Dr. Sagir was here, there were terminologies he used. Even though the Hausa version of it, there were things he was still calling, in English and all those things. So that, barrier is what I know we're trying as much as possible, to those scientific words that when you don't know how to translate in their Hausa or Igbo or what, like the word gene, like the word BT, how do we translate that, to English, to Hausa, to our local languages, to Igbo, Yoruba, and so on and so forth, to Fulfulde. So it's very, very difficult. So we need those in the, please, I want to move. This thing is not moving. Abraham, it's not moving. So how will I? Okay, I have to be fast about it. So it helps to give the work that the scientists are doing, meaning, in the eyes of the stakeholders and all. So science communication is actually not about selling science products. It's about putting science into use by helping the public understand research results and then make informed decisions. So it's all about telling our own story to others, to you people, for you to understand what we're doing. And especially this technology that has been highly stigmatized. A lot of misinformation, lot of disinformation, all about it. People will tell you stories, it causes cancer, it causes sterility in men, and so on and so forth. So it's really very dangerous to allow others to tell our stories for us. And the dangers of the misinformation are here. We have protests. I hope the slide is showing. They will carry out placards, go on the streets, go into petitions. To misinformation. Yeah, go back. Go back. Okay, this is where I no. Okay, this is where I am. So, especially this BT cotton, the story started like this in 2016. I'm talking about the court case here. When NBMA, the National Biotech Management Agency, approved the BT cotton for general release, telling us that it is safe to be planted everywhere in the country. Maybe some places that are carrying out multi-locational trials or national performance trials. So as soon as the news got to the anti-GM group, they just took to court. They did street marches and all those things. They wrote petitions, they didn't go. So they went to court. They sued about 7 government agencies, I think 6, and then the 7th was Monsanto. So they took us to court that it must be reversed. The court case, we went on, I think for like 1 year or so. And I think we won the court case. But then it didn't stop us from doing what we're doing. So there are so many fantasies, myths, fairy tales, and so on. So you can see these ones. Tomatoes, look at banana, and animal feeds, and all those. So it's like, are people eating science mistakes? So these are some of the negative things. This is another very publication on BT, cotton, and other defined products. Then still negative publication against the BT cotton by the anti-GM group. Court opposed. Anyway, I think the one on the left is when we won the court case. Then the one on the right is that GMO commercializing transgenic cotton varieties, disaster for Nigerian activities. Next slide. So there has to be that trust. We have to, as science communicators, understanding and attracting attention, bringing science closer to the people. Even us sometimes when the anti-GM go to the street, we also go to the streets, to dull their noise, to tell people this is not it. People should believe in the government, and then they should also believe in us, the scientists. We are responsible people. These things are carried out, the researches are carried out by our own Nigerian scientists, of course, at Ahmadu Bello University, and Dr. Sagiri is one of them. So Dr. Sagiri will not bring what will kill his own people. That is it. So, and our placards are always, telling people to keep calm, trust science, believe in science. Science is a provider of solution. Science does not lie, it is evidence-based, and all those, Next slide, please. So managing difficult situations, we also manage others. So we carried out some activities in order to bring the science behind the development of BC cotton closer to the people, to dull the noise of the crusaders. So what we did was we visited the policymakers, the Minister of Environment, the Minister of Science and Technology, the Minister of Agri. I think they were all against the technology at that time, 2016, 2017. So we had to just think outside the box. So we created many strategies, and then we had high-level engagements with them, one-on-one, workshops and all. And then when there was also a debate, they put us in one room with the anti-GM group. All the scientists, were there, the PI directors, our director generals and all, and we had a very serious debate. And I think after 1 year, everything was put to rest. Then we did a kind of building stakeholder support and buy-in. We took some stakeholders to South Africa because then we didn't have the BT cotton, the copy, approved by the National Variety Release Committee. So it wasn't yet in farmers' hands. So we had to take stakeholders to South Africa, where commercialization was actually, high up there. So we took them to BT Cotton Farm for them to see things by themselves. And this is a BT cotton field in South Africa. South Africa, they experience a lot of droughts. So you can see the cotton field in South Africa, they are all dwarf, not as here in Nigeria. And it's because this is BT. So they can't even cultivate the local varieties they have. It's only BT that can actually withstand the droughts of their soil and so on and so forth. So we interacted with the farmers in South Africa, and most of them are now very rich, they're businessmen and all, they've been enjoying the technology. So we took the regulators, the policymakers, the media, and all. So this slide is on the victory for farmers, victory for farmers as NBMA wins court case, the court case that we won on the 15th of August 2018. Judgment was delivered, at the court, and the judgment was in favor of us. So teamwork, we've been working together with all stakeholders, all the agencies that are actually in this biotechnology space, Seed Council, Quarantine Service, NDME, NABDA, all of us, and the stakeholders. NACOTAN has been strongly behind us. And so it's, the concerted efforts, actually gave us, very strong foundation, and we're able to, dull their noise. So up till now, I think we're still far ahead. So through Nigeria's media engagement programs, more than 50 million Nigerians from the 6 geopolitical zones have been engaged and educated on the application and benefits of biotechnology in agriculture. And we have TV programs, we run TV programs, we run radio programs, we do a lot of media talk, and so on and so forth. We visited all the media houses, NTA, AIT, and we saw a very good outcome. So I just want to rush, and all those visits actually yielded fruits. And when after the Minister of Agri had visited a demonstration plot in NAFTA of BT cotton. I think he was so convinced. That was Audonbe. He was so convinced. And he came out with this statement that we won't run away from GMOs simply because we're afraid. Till date, we have not seen or heard of any evidence that they are unsafe. And then we had the Minister of Science and Technology then, that's Dr. Ogbonna Onu. Anyone who says GM technology is hazardous to humans should provide scientific evidence. But at the beginning, I mean, the narration was different, but now the narrative has actually changed. So we run radio commentaries and all. We think town hall meetings. We visited, I think, almost all the geopolitical zones. We've interacted with farmers, especially in Adamawa State. We've done 2 workshops, I think, in Adamawa State. We visited the farms and all, and I think it's been so fine. And then the social media, we've been engaging also on social media platforms, WhatsApp, YouTube, um, to LinkedIn, and so on and so forth, the commentaries on reels and all. So all, to make people understand the technology better. And the lessons we've learned, of course, awareness is never enough. All opportunities available can be used to increase knowledge. The anti-technology claims are over-exaggerated and should be done all to down their noise. Policymakers can be supportive through constant engagement, and then children and youth are a sustainable force. So then fun activities like drama, sometimes we engage the young ones into quiz, into drama, into all. So it's an all inclusive strategy that we have been running in passing the message for better understanding and better uptake, of the products, of genetically modified products. So the way forward, as we move towards consumer uptake of this technology, we need to focus more attention, especially BT cotton and the following, using community radios more to talk to the people in language they understand. So we need people who can translate, to those local languages, and then produce more flyers and words for instant international dailies, just explaining the benefits and the level of BT cotton. So need for town hall meetings and all, because the BT cotton will actually help us in revitalizing our early tech industries, and all the generics. So we need to really do more. It's a golden crop, a white gold, and we all know it. It has so many uses. It can be used, the oil is used for, for food, for cooking, and then the leaves, of course, we know. So there's nothing about cotton that's wasted. So the way forward is to recruit select ambassadors and then target more radio and television programs whose audience are mainly market women, farmers. So participation in national agri shows, and I think I come to the end of my slide. So let me just dare to speak in Hausa. Manoma marhabanku. Abin da nake faɗa a takaice ita ce kaman abin da mu muke yi a fannin muna kamar wayar da kan mutane, jama'a gaba, muna ɗan wayar da kansu akan wannan sabon fasaha da take taimakawa mutane, tana taimakawa manoma, tana taimakawa kamfanoni na auduga gaba ɗaya. A wayansu ƙasashen waje kamar su America, su China, su ne wannan irin auren ita ce suke amfani da shi. To kun san aure aka ce irin auren ma daban-daban ne. Akwai auren cikin gida, ita ce hybrid, wanda kamar masara da masara ne. Amma wannan auren namu kamar zan ce a cikin gida take ba. Ita kamar za ka iya ka ɗauko abu mai kyau daga dawa ko ka sa a masara haka. So auren waje ne ba na cikin gida ba. So muna samun matsaloli da waɗanda ba sa son wannan fasaha. So suna gaya mutane kada kamar suna gaya manoma da kuma mutane kada amfani da wannan ire-ire ɗin, wannan ire auren mu ɗin. Amma kuma tana da kyau. Kuma duk abin da suke faɗi ƙarya ce don komai da muke yi ana yi da bincike, akwai bincike da ake yi wanda sai an tabbatar cewa wannan irin ko kuma wannan abin nan da ake da iri kamar a ce yanzu auduga ana iya mai da shi, ana iya komai ma da shi, mai da wannan ire-ire ɗin. So akwai abubuwan da ake yi kuma ba su da illa. In ka ci man da aka yi ta daga abin da na auduga ba ta da illa. So ko kuma abinci daga masara na aure ne wannan irin aure an inganta iri ɗin kuma an yi shi ne domin kada ko kwari ya taɓa ko kuma in kai feshi ba zai taɓa shi ba, feshi zai iya taɓa ciyayi don ciyayi su mutu. Dole ne da yake muna da mutane da ba sa son wannan, muna da 'yan adawa. So dole mu ma mu tashi kai tsaye muna gaya mutane abinda waɗannan fa suke faɗa ba haka bane, ba gaskiya bane. Domin idan wannan abin in tana kashe mutane ne da Americans duka sun mutu yanzu, da mutanen China ma duk sun tafi. Amma gwamnati ta duba ta yi bincike duk kamun a kawo kamun a kawo wa'annan fasaha ɗin an riga an yi bincike a kanta. Kuma gwamnati kamun ta bar cewa mutanenta su yi amfani da kowane iri ma sai an tabbata cewa ma'aikatun da aka kafa sai an tabbata cewa ma'aikatun da sun tabbata cewa wannan abun ba ta da illa. Ba ta da illa ga mutane, ba ta da illa ga ƙasarmu, ba ta da kuma illa ko da dabba ne ya ci ko ma mene babu illa sai an tabbatar. So muna da ma'aikatan da gwamnati ta kafa wannan National Biosafety Management Agency ɗin, DG ɗin ya zo ya yi magana. Shi ne wanda gwamnati ta kafa musamman domin wannan fasaha domin a tabbata cewa duk abin da aka yi da ire-ire nan da ko kuma wasu products da aka yi daga wannan audugan babu illa ga kowa sai an tabbatar kamun ma a fitar da shi a ba manoma. Wannan audugan kamun ku samu sai da aka yi wa'annan bincike-bincike. Najeriya ta yi shekaru kusan 20 tana bincike-bincike kamar wake akan wannan waken da kwanan nan aka fitar. So wannan audugan ma haka sai an tabbatar cewa wannan abu ba ta da illa. So duk abin da aka gaya muku a wani wuri ko kuka ji duk ƙarya ce. Kuma yanzu wayansu kun shuka irin nan kuma kun gani. Domin za su gaya muku cewa idan aka shuka wannan irin audugan a nan duk komai a nan zai lallace amma kuma ba da haka ake gaya mana. Sai da muka fara aiki a kai sai ma muka gani muka tabbatar cewa wannan duk ƙarya ce. Ƙarya ce na business irin masu sai da chemical. Domin in ka shuka wannan iri chemical da za ka fesa da kaman ko so 8 ko 10 yanzu so 2-3 za ka yi. So kaga kuɗi ya ragu. Abin da za ka kashe a gonan ɗin akan chemical dai ya ragu ya sauka. So wannan da sauki. So duk wani maganganun da za ku ji a gefe ba haka ba ce. So shi yasa mu kullum aikin mu wayar da kan jama'a ne gaba ɗaya ba ko manoma kaɗai ba akan wayannan ingantattun ire-ire. So na gode.
Can we please put our hands together for Dr. Rose Gidado? She just took us through the details of the techniques, the platforms used in communicating science with a case study of BBR cow. Cotton rather. All right, thank you. So if I'm not mistaken, I am sure she deserves another round of applause, please. We're still moving on the technical section. I want to quickly invite, for the next 25-30 minutes, They'll be talking to us on Maiko BT cotton farm management practice in Nigeria. We have with us the business development manager, Maiko Nigeria, Mr. Ravi Kumar. Can we please put our hands together for him as a talk? Participants, please let us all be attentive to bring one of you to do the interpretation immediately after this presentation. All right, while we are getting set, hello everyone. I believe we are all following. All right, if we're following, can we please be on our feet? Everyone, let us shake, do some exercise while we await the technical people to get set. Let us be on our feet, stand up, everyone. Aha. You can shake up your heads. Let's free ourselves a bit. Aha. I think it's very important. Please. To the left, to the right. Shake it up, shake it up, shake it up. Aha. Aha. All right, thank you. You may all please be seated. All right, your time starts now.
Thank you. Respected presidents, the high table, the consider agriculture for USDA and agri specialists, USDA, DG NAFTA, for officials, for NBMA, FAMAD, Chief Council, and also our partners, the important stakeholders, and more importantly, the farmers here. Good afternoon to you all. It's a privilege to be meeting to make a smoothly and fast can move forward in adopting the BT code. Let me take you through a brief journey so far since Maiko introduced the cotton in Nigeria, followed by the agronomy, and then we'll see the few. Let me repeat a few of my uh, points. Let me take you through the brief journey so far of introduction of BT cotton in Nigeria, which is called Mahiko Polgar 2 cotton hybrids. Followed by I'll go through the economic practices, the farm management practices, followed by a few of the expert voices, voices by the policymakers, experts, and finally the farmers. As you all know, the Polgar 2 cotton is with the BT technology. the genes from the bacillus thuringiensis have been introduced into these hybrids, which makes them resistant, offers inherent resistance to the bollworm complex. Apart from this, the technology is introduced into the Mahiko hybrids, and these hybrids have a natural potential for higher yield. Now let us see how the Bolgar to cotton hybrids will help the farmers in Nigeria, as it has been proven in other parts of the world. They control a wider range of lepidopter and insect pests, commonly called as the bollworm complex, which offers resistance to the bollworms such as the American or African bollworm, the tobacco caterpillar, and the leaf roller. Leaf roller is yet to be proven, but it's also being controlled. In addition to that, the pink bollworm. The three major insect pests are controlled by the Bolgar 2 technology. And apart from this, as has been confirmed by the two regulatory protocols adopted by the National Biosafety Management Agency and similar agencies worldwide, the technology or the seed has been proven to be safe to the human beings, environment, and animals. And having inherent tolerance or resistance to the bollworm complex, there has been significant reduction in the usage of insecticides worldwide. For example, in many countries, a reduction of more than 50 to 70% reduction in insecticide usage has been recorded. And bollworms are cause the 70%, up to 70% of the damage in cotton crop worldwide. And these bollworms have been offered the protection from bollworms is offered by this Bolgar 2 technology. The Bolgar 2 hybrid, Micro Bolgar 2 hybrids have two unique benefits. All of you should please note down the two unique benefits. The first is for a farmer needs always a higher yield. So that is the main benefit, followed by the second benefit of inherent resistance to bollworms. Let us see the bollworms. The African or American cotton bollworm called scientifically known as Helicoverpa armigera, the tobacco caterpillar called Spodoptera litura, and then the spotted bollworm known as Irias vitella and pink bollworm. All these four bollworms are effectively controlled by the Bolgar 2 technology. There is no need to spray any chemical because of the protection by the seed itself. So let me take you through a brief journey so far. In 2016, Mahiko and along with its technological partner Monsanto, now known as Bayer, the GMO events have been approved in 2016, and followed by which economic trials have been taken up by the Institute for Agriculture Research, IR Samaru, in the multi-locational trials for the next 2 years. Following which, the National Variety Release Committee in 2018, two of the hybrids were approved for their superior performance in terms of yield as well as insect tolerance, insect resistance. 2018 was a landmark event in Nigeria when the two hybrids were approved. The then Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Okonayono, announced to the world that Nigeria has adopted these two hybrids, Mahiko Bolgar 2 hybrids. And 2018, because the hybrids were approved in the middle of the season or the late season, we could not do any demonstrations. We just did few demonstrations across the nation. In the following year, 2019, up to 3,000 farmers have been given free samples by Mahiko as well as the various stakeholders like Napotan, IR, including others, so that the farmers can adopt the seed along with the training, continuous throughout the season-wise training has been given to the farmers on how to adopt the agronomy. that is being recommended to get main benefits. The seed is good. The seed has the potential. To realize the potential, farmer has to adopt the management practices. So as you can see here in the World Conference, the Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. announced to the world that Nigeria has adopted the accepted and approved this technology, and at the same time, two of the hybrids were released for commercial cultivation in Nigeria. You can see the comment of the then Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Audu Obe. As said earlier, in 2019, large-scale demonstrations were taken up throughout Nigeria in 12 provinces, 12 states of Nigeria by 3,000 farmers, and with continuous training to them throughout the season. And at the end of this demonstration phase, all the farmers across the provinces appreciated the superior performance and could adopt some of the management practices, if not fully. We have been, MICO has been undertaking capacity building initiatives in the farming, in the farm management, as well as some of the speakers here were also reflecting on to produce the hybrid seed locally instead of importing. That's also the vision of MICO. The long term, we have already started the process. But the hybrid seed production is a skilled process. The skill we are trying to build the farmers. Presently, we are undertaking this capacity building measures in two states, that is Bombay and Kaduna states. Earlier, we also did these capacity building measures in the states of Katsina, then Bombay, Adamawa, and Ogun. But for this year, pilot commercial scale production of hybrid seed production in Nigeria, we have selected Bombay and Kaduna states. You can see the pictures of the large scale demonstrations, the training of the farmers, and proving the yield, proving the performance to the farmers after the demonstration, the harvesting time of the season. And as said earlier, two hybrids were approved in 2018's National Variety Release Committee. The two hybrids are named as MICO C567 BG2 and MICO C571 BG2. The two hybrids for farmers for cultivation. For example, MICO C567 BG2 has a maturity period of 160 to 170 days. It's a bit, you can say, medium maturity. And then it has inherent tolerance to sucking pest. It's not resistance, tolerance to sucking pest, as well as resistance to bollworm complex. Because of the leaves and also the stems, it is tolerant to sucking pests such as aphids, jazzids, hoppers. And the yield potential of MICO C567 BG2 as well as other hybrid is 4 metric tons, 4 tons per hectare. When I say about the yield potential is the yield is not assured, but potential can be cited as a varietal characteristic or a hybrid character, or a genetic character. It has the genetic potential to be that much yield provided the weather is suitable, the lands are suitable, the farmer management practices are optimal. But at present, before the introduction of this technology or these seeds, the average productivity of a Nigerian farmer adopting the conventional varieties in Nigeria, the yield potential cannot exceed 1 ton. That's the maximum a farmer can get in Nigeria using all the best practices. But on an average, if we talk, they're getting not more than 700 kg per hectare. But in these 3 years, since the last year demonstrations in 2019, commercial phase in 2021, the hybrids have been, farmers have acknowledged that the yield, the incremental yield that the farmers got is at least 1 ton more, 1000 kg more. You can go to 2000 kg more, you can go to 3000 kg more up to the yield potential. But all this depends on the farm management practices by the farmer. The second hybrid is 571, MICO C571 BG2, which has a maturity period of 150 to 160 days, early duration. Because of some some of the factors such as late rainfall, such as a marriage or something, or sometimes the resource can be limitation. In such cases, farmers sometimes go for a late planting. Whenever farmer is mycosi 571 BG2, which is a little early duration. Let us go to the package of practices. The fundamental package of practices, the most important thing is the land preparation. We all know that many of our farmers in Nigeria do not plow the land every season. They may plow every alternate season. Maybe it's also again because of resource limitation. They just table the seed and then spray land clearing herbicide, table the seed. But then a good land preparation, what we recommend is from vertical 2 times to make the soil, the till to be fine enough so that the seeds you have invested money in, most of them should germinate and emerge from the soil. If the land is not prepared properly, the seed can germinate within the soil, but cannot have the energy to push the hard layer on the soil. To do the double plowing followed by harrowing and reaching. The sowing in the northern cotton zones, the planting can be done when the rains are established. Mostly the rains are established as per the research institute, middle of June. Within June, whenever the rains are established, the sowing can be done in northern zones, but in the central and the southern zones, where the rainfalls are early, you can even start from mid of May onwards, or ending of April to May. But the late planting should not be going beyond July in the northern zones, where the rainfall season will be anytime from September onwards. The seed rate that is needed for this micro bulgur to hybrids is 4 kg per hectare, and the spacing to be adopted is 75 centimeters between the rows and 60 centimeters plant to plant. And per seed, we recommend 2 seeds per hill or 2 seeds per hole, because even 100% you can say it's irrigated cultivation in Nigeria. Irrigated cultivation is almost none in case of cotton. So we recommend to plant 2 seeds per hole, 2 seeds per hill, so that even in case one seed fails to emerge or dies because of gap in the rainfall, there should be optimum population in the field. And the depth of the planting in case of the light soils, normally cotton prefers heavy soils, clayey soils, but it can also grow well in loamy soils. But whenever the soils are too light, or there's a possibility of soil crush formation, or in heavy soils, for both the types of soils, we can adopt 3 to 4 centimeters planting depth. It's not be too deep, it's not be too shallow. As I said, in Nigeria, most of the variables between the rows, 70 centimeters between the rows, 60 centimeters between plant to plant, giving a plant population of 44,444 plants per hectare, which is the optimum plant population. Where if a farmer has an irrigation facility, or an entrepreneur, or anybody has an irrigation facility, they can, if they have assured irrigation, then they can increase the spacing between the rows to 75 centimeters. And after we plant, within a week or 10 days, the seeds will germinate and emerge and can be seen. And wherever there are gaps, the gap filling should be done. And each of, sorry, I forgot to show all of you. This is the commercial packets that are available for farmers in Nigeria. Mycosi 571 BG2 and Mycosi 567 BG2. Each of these packets is 500 grams. So eight such packets are needed for planting in 1 hectare. And within each packet, there is a small pouch of seed, like 20 grams of seed, a small pouch, which can be used for gap filling. But most of the times, what farmers do, they even open the small packet also and start planting it. So what we, it's a training, continuous education training to the farmers. Please keep small packet with you till your main packet start generating. Then use this small packet to do the gap filling. The land preparation, the gap filling, all this will ensure an optimum plant population. Without optimum plant population, you are sacrificing the yield post season. So we are through with the land preparation and also planting. Now let us come to the fertilizers. The fertilizer dosage recommended is as we know, most of the Nigerian farmers apply fertilizer after planting. In many other countries, fertilizer is applied during land preparation itself, the basal dose. But in Nigeria, most of the farmers apply the fertilizer after planting. After planting, 1 week to 10 days after planting, the first dose of NPK 15, 15, 15, 3 bags can be applied by better by placement or popularly known as Sasakawa method by the farmers. And after 10 to 15 days, another 3 bags of NPK should be applied. And around 25 to 30 days, 1 bag of urea should be applied. After 10-15 days, again another bag of urea. Like we eat food in the morning, afternoon, evening at different times. Plant also needs food at different stages to support its growth. This is the basal application using the granular fertilizer that is available in the market. Whether it be NPK 15-15 available or 20-10-10 or urea. The granular fertilizer is applied in the soil, either for basal dose or for top dressing. But then there is another practice which is also very, very important and on which we have been training the farmers in our training programs, which is the foliar fertilizer application. The fertilizer should be applied in a foliar mode, foliar sprays, around 70 to 80 days after planting. That is the time when the plant has, when you can see on the plant flowers and fruits. Flowers are there, flowers are turning into fruits. If there is no good nutrition to the plant, like a mother to rear babies, she needs good food, isn't it? The same way, the plant when it has started flowering, needs more food, more nutrition. So that if there is no good nutrition, some of the flowers and fruits will shed. Shedding will be there. To minimize the shedding, we need to apply foliar fertilizer, by which time, even if you apply fertilizer in the soil, the roots have lost the capacity to apply nutrients in the soil. That's the reason foliar fertilizer is recommended. And in Nigeria, foliar fertilizers are not commonly available. Earlier, few companies like Candle, Jubedi, they used to have good foliar fertilizer formulations, but they also stopped bringing them because lack of patronage in Nigeria. Okay, most farmers are not used to. So that's the reason what we recommend to the farmers is local production of, they can themselves do a foliar mix by themselves. They can take a measure of NPK. If NPK 15-15 is available, let them take a measure. Measure is around 2.5 to 3 kg in the market. They can take it, which is useful for foliar plants on 1 hectare. If we go per tank basis, 150 grams of NPK is needed to mix in the water, dissolve it, filter it, use the solution by diluting balance with water and per 1 tank. If we take one full measure, 2.5 to 3 kg, that will be sufficient to spray on a hectare using 20 tanks. The NPK has to be kept in a bucket of water, the required measure, bucket of water in the night, put water, then in the next morning, dissolve it, filter it, using a cloth or a filter if you have. Then the solution should be used for 20 tanks to spray on 1 hectare. And that will at least assure you 10 to 20% more yield than what is in the field. And the critical growth phases, every crop has critical phases of growth. One is the emergence. During the emergence, when the seed has germinated, it needs food. That time we have to give water as well as nutrition in terms of fertilizer. The next one is square initiation. When the flowers will start just forming, that is the time also it needs nutrition as well as irrigation or water either in terms of rainfall or irrigation. Then the flowering and bud development. These are the 4 stages where we should ensure nutrition as well as irrigation. And if a farmer has any irrigation facility during these critical phases, if there is a gap in the rainfalls, if he gives one or two irrigations, he is saving some yield. So because the time is running out, let me just go through the common pests attacking, affecting the cotton crop. The bollworms, as I said, African bollworm, red bollworm, pink bollworm, spiny bollworm, these are different types of bollworms which eat fruit, flower, or leaf. Then the sucking pests, known as jassids, aphids, thrips, and whiteflies. Other insects are there, and there are also beneficial insects that are useful for the farmers. The beneficial insects will control the harmful pests, on which also we are doing the training to the farmers. As I said, this African bollworm, you can see how it affects the fruit, and the pink bollworm, then the red bollworm, then leaf-eating caterpillar. So African bollworm, then pink bollworm, and the leaf-eating caterpillar, these are controlled inherently by the Polgar 2 seed, the BT cotton seed. Leaf roller also most likely will be claiming in future that the BT cotton can also protect from the leaf roller. So you can see the sucking pest. There is no protection from the seed, inherent protection as offered to the bollworm complex. The micro Bolgar 2 or the BT cotton seed doesn't claim or offer protection from sucking pests. Whenever sucking pests are found to be in economic incidence level, or in scientific terminology we call it economic threshold level, then we need to go for the chemical control measures. Apply insecticides. For example, a farmer in Nigeria normally uses around 5 to 6 times insecticide sprays on his crop in his conventional varieties. 5 to 6 times. But adopting this Bolgar 2 hybrids, he needs to spray only 1 or 2 times. So there is significant saving in the cost. In other countries such as India or many other countries, when farmers were adopting or using the conventional varieties, they used to even do for 15 to 20 times sprays. But now the sprays have come down to 2 to 3 times maximum. So these are, you can see the sucking pests, the small insects which look like mosquitoes, they suck the juice from the plants. Unlike the bollworms which is eat. And this is one more important pest, all of you may have noticed this is called red cotton bug, which is also called cotton stainer. The common name is cotton stainer. This will come when the flowering and fruiting has started. And especially this can be seen more in the southern zones where there is high humidity. And whenever this insect incidence is seen, it is better to spray chlorpyrifos, which is normally available in the market as perfect killer, or thermiforce, or thermicort, whatever. Chlorpyrifos should be sprayed on this because it will reduce the yield and also reduce the quality of the cotton. That's why it is called cotton stainer. It stains the cotton and the market value will be reduced. And these are the fungal diseases, alternaria leaf spot, then wilt. Wilt also can happen when there is a sudden stopping in the sudden season of rainfall, followed by after 15 days or 2 weeks or 3 weeks later, the rain comes, the fungus will get activated. It's called a Fusarium wilt. So bacterial blight, all these also have suitable chemicals in the market. Let me take 2 to 3 minutes more just to see the voices. You can see the policy makers and the Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Mahmoud Abubakar. He also commented in a positive tone about the BT cotton. And the Director General NAFDA, you can see the comments. The support since the introduction of this BT technology in Nigeria, the support offered by the policymakers, by the regulators, and by the farmer associations has been wonderful. But then all this has been wonderful, but then the adoption has to also be fast running so that Nigeria can gain the benefits like other countries have gained already in the last 20 years. Nigeria is now 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Sorry. It's almost like 4 years after it has adopted this technology. But then the adoption rate has to be increased with the efforts of policymakers, regulators, and also the associations, and with support from PSD. Dr. Philip Ojo of the DGF Chief Council, his comments, then the Cotton Genus Association Chairman, Alaji Salmanu, then Mr. Achibe Anemugu, the Nakotan head. Everybody has been giving positive views and support since this has been introduced in Nigeria. Now you can see the farmer's voice. A farmer from Palanka, Bombay has been saying this. I made a lot from Mahiko cotton seed. Cultivating the Mahiko cotton seed gave a bumper harvest. I am happy and I want to recommend this seed to farmers who are interested in cultivation of cotton. Farmers across, in all the states, wherever we did demonstrations, we took testimonies from them. And another farmer from Bombay again, then Magaji Sani Bello from Karaye Kanu, another farmer from Karaye Kanu, then Bombay, Kanu, all these farmers. And Alaji Hassan Buhari is also a administrator with Nekotan. He is a vice president with Nekotan, national secretary with Nekotan. And he also has commented positively. He procured the seed and through his ginnery, they have cultivated the cotton and they are happy with the benefits. So finally making a difference to the lives of Nigerian farmers in a sustainable and responsible way. It's not just a good seed alone will not make wonders. A good seed need to be coupled with capacity building of the farmers in adopting the agronomic practices. In addition to that, continuous improvement, as we have been doing, we are also evaluating new BT hybrids with IR. Dr. Sagir can throw more light on it. Apart from that, we are also doing something called insect resistant management trials in various zones wherever farmers have adopted this and the cultivation is ongoing. Through the IRM trials, we will track what are the insects, the insects that are prevalent in the present season and what the recommendations to be made to the farmers. Thank you so much.
Can we please give him another round of applause, everyone? That was Mr. Rabi Kumar, the Business Development Manager, Maiko, Nigeria. Thank you so much for the beautiful presentation, taking us around on Maiko BT Cotton Farm managed in Nigeria. Hello, everyone. Like I said the other time, it is good for us to pay attention. If I speak Hausa, I'm very sure I may possibly not get all what he's saying, right? So if you can just speak like 1, 5, 10, 20 of anything he said here today, we want somebody that can quickly interpret. Is anyone coming? Maybe we leave that to question and answer. All right, we're moving forward. It is my pleasure to invite to do justice to cultivating BT cotton in Nigeria, the Nakotan experience. And we have with us Mr. Adejo Stephen Okobile. Nakotan, put your hands together for him as he comes.
Good afternoon, the DG, members of the High Table, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ukubi. I'm an agricultural engineer and a practical farmer. I coordinated cotton farming operations in Plateau State was Sabongida and Nakotan. And Michael cotton BT hybrid. The Michael cotton BT hybrid have two unique qualities: increased yield and the resistance to bollworms. So how do we achieve this? There are three ways you can achieve this. First is land preparation. If you look at their board here, you will see that you do cross plow twice to ensure soil is to find teeth. That is not true. But it is true that you must do plowing and harrowing until you get the soil refined teeth. And this is the area where we make a lot of mistakes when it comes to practical farming, especially when you ask the service providers and the agencies that are involved in developing the economics of production in this particular seed. They will cost land preparation based on one-time plowing and harrowing. It is not true that after one time plowing and two times harrowing, you have a fine tilt that will give you the required yield anticipation of what we are talking here. What is true is to continue to plow and continue to harrow until you have a fine soil tip. It could take 4 plows or 4 harrows, but it is better you have that fine texture before you begin to introduce your seeds to the soil. If you don't do that, you have missed the first principle, the unique qualities of microseed. Number 2, because we have limited cost apportioned to these plowing and harrowing operations, the service are critical to this. They will do one plow and do 2 harrows and they are done. They don't care whether the soil is prepared for planting. So if we must invest to get the right yield, as per all the presentation we have had so far, the planners must spend more time to find out what is really required in land preparation, so that they do not put just minimal amount of money in order to limit the plowing and harrowing to a point that we cannot get the fine tilt of soil for us to do the proper thing. If we have done the land preparation properly, you will see the soil as heavily pulverized. You will not even see any single grass on the soil. In most cases, if you have enough fertilization equipment, you do raking to eliminate even the grasses that you remove from the field. The purpose of this land preparation is, one, it is the major aspect of weed. There is no amount of herbicides that can kill the weed fully. But if you do a proper land preparation and you now have herbicides, you will be able to suppress the germination of the weed for a longer period until your plant has taken shape. Then will provide shade for the weed and ensure that the weed will not be able to affect the crop anymore. If the properly, as we have suggested, then you can go to the second stage, which is very vital too in achieving the unique qualities of microseed. And that is the land cultivation, planting. There is a specific amount of seed you require to plant per hectare. You get the projected amount of yield from our ecosystem. Anything short of that specific amount of seed population, there is no magic you will do that will get the required seed. For instance, if per hectare you require 40 to 50,000 seeds and you plant 20 to 30,000 seeds, you cannot boast of having 2.5, 3 tons per hectare because in the first instance, you not give the required seed. That is why the manufacturer from the instance give you the required amount of seed you will need per pack, and at the same time add some percent so that you do not miss that specific number of seeds per hectare. So if you do not mix that specific seed per hectare, the only way you cannot mix it is by mechanizing the planting. It is in planter that you can set the spaces that are specified per this seed, the 75% per row and 60% crop to crop. Some planters cannot even give you the 60 centimeter crop to crop, but it is possible for you to calibrate your planter to 30 centimeter crop to crop, which is still achievable, and that was what we did in Plateau State. If you do that, you are still maintaining the same seed population per hectare. The only difference is that you are not putting 2 seeds in one hole. You are putting one seed per hole. Now, the advantage of this is
carefully managed, wonderfully managed the large scale farming in Plateau State. It's the first of its kind in Nigeria. But the big scale of farming is the innovation that does when we say as a company we implement agricultural practices and 60 centimeters to the plant. But he has taken this form of innovation. One month seed, that is it. That is perfect.
The good thing about this 116 per 30 centimeter is we're putting 2 seeds per hole to compete for the inputs, the ingredients per that hole. You're now spacing it at 30 centimeters, each having freedom to the nutrients available to that hole alone. And it worked very well because in the first place, you cannot even get a planter that will do that spacing of 60 cm. And if you do not do that, you will not be able to get the 44,000 to 50,000 seed population per hectare. Again, we were able to use a planter with a fertilizer hopper. When you use a planter with the fertilizer, it will be planting and dropping the fertilizer on the same line. That will eliminate feeding the weed to compete with your crop because it's localized at the point which you are dropping your seed. And it will go a little bit deeper before the seed begins to germinate. So the topsoil that has been overturned by the plow still have organic fertilizer of the grasses getting decomposed under. Then the fertilizer you are planting the seed with will now provide enough nutrients laterally to enjoy. And if you do that, you find out that your germinate almost 4 to 5 days. And you will see almost about 98% germination. Then you must go around to see which hole did not germinate and begin to fill in the gap. In agronomy, I think they call it copy. And when you do that, you are sure that you now have the complete seed population per hectare. Then you now know that you have certified the 2 most important principle for you to have your maximum yield. What remains for you is the crop management. What is this crop management all about? The crop management is it's like looking at the crop and knowing what it should look like and ensuring that it will look like what it's supposed to look like. For instance, you have done your land preparation, you have applied your herbicides, and yet you are seeing weed on the floor. It means you must manage this weed. If you do not manage this weed, it's going to affect this crop. So you must take drastic action immediately to ensure that the weed is removed. And weed control, as simplistic as it is, the hardest thing that can affect your yield on the farm. Number one, it is expensive, it is laborious. Whichever way you tackle it, you will be tired. And most farmers run away from the field because of weed. If you look at the south, for instance, the southern part of this country, they are not very good in agriculture because of weed control. Whereas we are controlling weed in the north maybe once or twice in a season. In the south, as they are weeding today, when we come back tomorrow, the weed is starting again. So agriculture for them is not advantageous at all. So weed control is very, very important.
Just want to interfere here when he said about weed control. I was there when I pushed him. I was saying, please, these weeds have to be controlled. Then it was wonderful using manual labor. There is no mechanical, facility. It was all manual. It was done. But then I want to say one point here. Now the yields have come, but had it been better managed, we would have got additional 3 billion more. That is 1 ton more extra per hectare, 6,000 hectares multiplied by 1 ton each. 6,000 tons more is equal to 3 billion naira. That is the potential still it has. It has more, but up to 6 billion more. That's possible if we manage better.
Thank you. He was with me on the field too where we were tackling some of these problems. Now, the foliar management and pest control. This is where serious farm management comes in. See, it is not just enough for you to have your land prepared, you've done your planting properly, and you have applied fertilizers and everything, then you go home. No. A farm must be nursed. See, I can apply the same nutrients here, and if I come tomorrow, this area will do better than this. I must begin to ask questions. Why is this place not doing exactly as this place is doing? I'm not going to take it for granted that because I have sprayed the whole place at the same time, I will just overlook this. I will return to still spray this place until it looks like this place. If you are not ready, if you are not prepared to do that, you are not managing the farm properly. And this is what we mean by farm management. Most things that I think were responsible for such discrepancies in crop vegetation is the undulation on the land. Most farmland and the landscape of farmland are not flat enough. Because of this sloping, there is a slight movement of nutrients underneath the soil, flowing towards where the soil has a steeper slope. So you now find out after you have applied all your nutrients, at the upper part of the slope, you will see your plant not doing very well. When you go towards the downside, you see the crops that are doing very well. It's just because of the landscape. So what you do in those cases is you must double feed the areas that are on the high slope and that are on the lower slope. If you don't do that, you're not going to get an even yield on the farm. Foliar management and pest control on the subsistence agriculture is easy to do by manual labor. But when we are talking about 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 hectares of farmland. Forget it, you cannot use the knapsack. It is practically impossible for you to use the knapsack. I've tried. You will do it until you become tired. In fact, you cannot even pay the labor of fetching water to spray the whole 4,000 hectares. You can't. Then to get the total number of knapsack that will do the whole thing. In fact, even if you bring the whole community into that farm, they will not finish it. They will all get tired and abandon the whole thing, and you will leave the rest to pest and weed. That was one of our experiences too. And I do not see it a rocket science to spray a field area. It's not a rocket science. People are doing it everywhere. When I graduated and was serving Leventis Farm, there used to be a helicopter that comes from Kaduna to spray our farm. I don't know where they disappeared to, but it is something that you must begin to think to invest in, so that we can move a little bit away from this subsistence practice to a semi-mechanized approach to farming. It is when you do that that you can think of contiguous farmland and serious commercialization to farm. If we are not going to aerial spray of pesticides and foliar liquid fertilizer, of agriculture. And if we delay in mechanizing to a commercial in our destiny, then the Makutan experience in Wasi, Magudi, and Sabongida, the project was fully mechanized. Land preparation, planting, fertilizer application, and herbicide application were all done mechanically. Thank God they have their own tractors, they have their service provider. We had about 90 tractors and I was controlling about 50. So we had enough tractors. So we're not limited to one plow, two harrows, or whatever. We were doing them adequately as much as we can. So we gave ourselves the best of land preparation, but application of foliar fertilizer and insecticides were done manually, and we couldn't finish the whole farm. And weeding was a major problem, and it was very expensive for us to do it manually. There were no post-emergence herbicides available in the country. Even now, it's not available. Some people say you can get it in Benin Republic. I don't know. So, even what we are doing now in Wasi, we are doing it not up to the same hectarage we did last year because we are afraid of weed control. Because we lost almost 50% to weed in our last season. It is therefore very important to have a short program of controlling the weeds before you undertake cropping on a large hectarage. Area spray of foliar fertilizer and pesticides are the most appropriate in the cultivation of large hectarage. It was manual and very expensive. This is the critical area that we must spend some time to explain to. This miracle seed, the balls does not mature at the same time. We harvested up to 3 times. If you want to mechanize the plant, you may be damaging the balls that have not matured to ripe. So the First harvest will give you about 60% of the total balls on the plant. But again, at that point, you will see the plant still flowering, even from the roots. So if you have little irrigation infrastructure on ground, the plant can still propagate the level that you will harvest as the first initial time. We tried it and developed a borehole in Wase, and it worked. So the plant is capable of rejuvenating itself and producing the bulbs as long as we continue to water it. This was one of the sensitive questions I asked Mr. Ravi at that time. Then we now agree that yes, traditionally, the cotton plant is like it grows like a tree. So that gene that makes it look like a tree is still available in this perennial hybrid that we are talking about. So continuous watering from the point of harvest around the end of November can allow you to keep on harvesting this content until the next crop. We had some challenges in Nakota. The time for land preparation. You see, everybody says you can plant between June, July, May. What of land preparation? You can't even hit the ground until you have enough rain. And when you have a rough rain and you begin to hit the ground, it takes almost about 3 weeks, 1 month for you to do it. So for you to start planting, you must wait till the rain is almost saturated in the sun. So what it means is you must have enough money, enough fund to do so many activities at the same time. As you are doing the land preparation, you are planting, you are applying herbicide, so, and it helps in providing your time for harvest. You now find out that the first week of August, and now the rain is too much, and we cannot even enter the field. So I do not know what this year is going to look like. So from all indication, maybe seems that the rain may enter November, because the emir was telling me that there were times that the rain stopped in November. So we are hoping that such things will occur this time. So the Nakotan farm in Wase, Magudi and Sebungida, no doubt is the largest in Nigeria and West Africa. We were able to prepare about 6 to 7 hectares, 1,000 hectares of land, and planted about 4,500 hectares. About 50% of this project was consumed by weeds, fire outbreak, theft, and cessation of rain. Woke up some morning and we saw the whole farm on fire. When you ask questions, found out that people said they were looking for rats, and they put fire on the fields just to pursue rats. And they burned several hectares of but we lost more than, I cannot estimate, but about 50% of the total cotton was lost to fire. However, being the first time and in such a scale, it is still a successful project to start from. It also gives confidence that following recommended practical farming agronomy and feasible mechanization, we can derive multi-fold benefits in yield and quality. It is also an indication that it can be done in all the states of the Federation. In conclusion, this type of large-scale project will require proper farm design, landscaping to level the land and provide drainage infrastructure, full mechanization of all activities on the farm, as well as area spraying, supplementary irrigation infrastructure. We were able to achieve an average of 2.6 tons per hectare in areas where wheat and late cropping prevailed, and 3.5 tons per hectare where all practical farming agronomy were enabled. This is our story, Plateau State. Thank you for your time.
As we concluded, I want to tell all of you that he said that 3.5 tons is clean. There has been estimated various areas that for the biggest cultivation. To take the minimum 2,500, that itself is at least 5 times more yield than what farmer has been getting in Nigeria. Conventional varieties are 100 to 700 kg per hectare. At least 4 to 5 times more these hybrids are giving. They need to encourage this opportunity, which will create a good platform for reviving the Nigerian textile garment sector. Back to its glory.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for this contribution and sharing your experience with us on how you cultivate BT cotton in Nigeria. Beautiful experience. Another round of applause for him. Thank you so much for that presentation. All right, in the course of when you came into the workshop, you were given some questionnaires to answer. Please, we need those questionnaires. Someone will go around and collect them. I hope we've all filled them. Just make them available as they go around to pick them. So please just signify, just raise it up as someone is going around to pick them. We need those questionnaires. If you're yet to fill them, we'll just give you, are you ready? Okay, yeah, thank you. If you're ready, just pass it to the end of your table. Someone will pick it up. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we've had quite a great time of conversations and interactions, discussing different things. We've looked at cotton varietal selection and production in Nigeria. We've looked at breaking the barriers of prejudices through science communication, the case of BT cotton. We've looked at medical BT cotton farm management practice in Nigeria, and we just listened to the cultivated BT cotton in Nigeria, the Nakotan experience. This workshop is meant to be an interactive session. You've heard from them, you've heard from all the speakers. It's time to hear from you as well. So we want to take some few questions for the next 15-20 minutes. We want your questions, we want your feedback. So if you have any question with reference to what you've been taught, with reference to what you've learned, please feel free to indicate with a show of hand, and then you'll be given a microphone, you introduce yourself and tell us your question. I saw a hand, that's number one. Number two, please raise it up very well so I can see. One, thank you. 1, 2, 3 at the back. Any other question, feedback, comment? 4. Okay, let's do that very quickly, please. Introduce yourself, tell us your name, tell us where you're coming from, your state, and then you ask your question. So just take note of all the questions, and then each people, whoever has to answer, will answer your question. The microphone is not on. Press it for a long time. Just keep pressing. All right.
Hello, good afternoon. Permit me to speak to the existing protocol. My name is Usman Abubakar from Adamawa State, Nakota Treasurer, Adamawa State Chapter.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. My question goes to my ego. First of all, the difference between the 676 and 671, and I have been make a trial in Adamawa State for the half hectares of Maiko, which I have planted and without putting the fertilizer. But the yield is very nice, but I didn't use any chemical there. The yield is very good for me, but because I harvested about 2 point something tons per this half hectare. So it's nice. Thank you very much. The third question is go to the difference between the Mayuko and the local variety, because some of the organizations have been complaining that the strength of the Mayuko is very short, like 36 to 32 to 36% long, and the local variety it is going to be about 42 to 45. So I don't know what is happening with the Mayuko. The strength is just short. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your question. April? No, we're going to take all the questions together, please. Just note it, because of time. Just take everything together. Number two?
Let me make the existing protocol. My name is Giwaze Bandi on FCT, the Assistant Secretary of Nakota FCT chapter. My question goes to Maiko. You made mention of type of soil before planting the BT cotton seed. How do a farmer know the soil texture despite the variety of soil in the farmland? Some aspects be clay, light soil, heavy soil, laterite, and even rocky areas. How will a farmer, a local farmer, just like me, though by academic, but in terms of farmer, I'm not scientifically oriented. How will you determine the type of fertilizer to be applicable to a type of soil? Another of my questions, research and all stakeholders have proved that yes, BT cotton had no effect on biodiversity, which include all the crop species, animal species. But then I have a question in that aspect. What happened to animal that excrete on a big cotton crop or plant, or birds that excrete? What is the effect? Because animal urine is toxic and contains some chemicals. That is second question. And my question, another question is, as a farmer, this is cotton farming is capital intensive. Here is somebody saying he has 5,000 hectares. Can't remember. I wonder. My question there that how does the farmer finance participate in cotton farming? Thank you.
All right, because the questions are Mr. Ravikuma, I will allow him to answer questions before we move on.
Yeah. Your name, sir, again? Yeah. Which is my which local government? Yola, sir. Nice to know that you have cultivated the Mahiko hybrids and you were able to achieve do something tons, right? Tons per hectare. Now you have a question of about the staple length. Our length. When you say the length, right? Yeah. The staple length. The staple length has been evaluated by Institute for Agricultural Research. Okay. And it is a long staple. And you can see the characters here. The staple length of is 30 to 30.5 is written here. And it will be of the staple length. It cannot be below this. And the staple length has been indicated in the leaflet. The staple length definitely anybody can test it. It has been tested by IR Samaru. The staple length will be this much, which is considered long staple only. extra. And I'm saying, yes, sometimes we hear from people saying, Myco, cotton has been a short staple, this one, that one. All those are rumors. So don't believe them. If you want, cultivate it, get it tested. You will see it's a long staple as mentioned on the leaflet. And then one more thing, the staple length is a genetic character. It can be influenced a little by the management, farm management practices, maybe by the rainfall, gaps, this one, that one, farm management, so and so. But the effect will not be so much to reduce it to a wide percentage. Yes, the staple length can reduce maybe by 1%, 2%, not more than that. But being a genetical character, the staple length being a genetical character, it's a long staple and the staple length will be as seen in the leaflet. Yeah.
Sorry, sir. The staple length of Mayuko is about 36 or 30 something. You said, and you see some got 9 and some got 8. It will be reach about 40 something. Yeah, okay. Because Dr. Sagir, I have been discussing this with Dr. Sagir, and I want him to answer the question to me. Sorry.
Thank you very much. I think on the staple length of cotton, with the available varieties we have at IR, we haven't had an extra long staple cotton in the institute. Recently, we were at India. We have seen extra long staple cotton of about 40 something, and the long staple cotton were around 37, 38, okay, thereabout. Most of the cotton that we have were not more than 38, 40, I think 40 on the long staple cotton. But larger number of the materials we have, some got 8, some got 9, 10, 11. They are all around the medium staple cotton. During our variety release process, we have analyzed the fiber properties of both the hybrids and the conventional cotton varieties that we have, and they are at far. In other words, they are almost within the same range. Management, in particular, can affect fiber properties, fiber strength, fiber length, and fiber strength, fiber length, micronia, and even maturity of the fiber can affect all these properties. So at a point, fertilization can be used to add to quality properties of the staple or of the lint material in cotton. So that is all about that. And there's just one question I want to attend to. In addition to that, there was one aspect of soil type. How could a farmer know that? I'm a cotton breeder. I'm not a soil scientist. But it's always advisable when farmers go into production 2, 3, 4, 5 years, you have a test of their soil. Range of soil properties can cut across a very large and extended area. You talk of 20 hectares, 50 hectares or thereabouts. As a group, farmers could do that, have their soil analyzed to determine the inherent fertility property of the soil for them to know what type of fertilizer do they need to add and what quantity do they need to add. Most of the times, we don't do this analysis, we override it and apply fertilizer continuously. There are times when you continue to apply fertilizer, you may have demand because you did not have a soil test of the soil you are using. So, as an ordinary farmer, even myself, I cannot determine that. We always give a blank suggestion because we can add the soil in general to say you have a clay soil, you have a humid soil, you have a silt soil. But to take a practical knowledge or practical understanding of what the inherent soil fertility is all about, you have to carry out soil analysis for you to be able to know what type of fertilizer and what quantity you apply so that you don't continue to apply fertilizer at loss. By experiment, we carry out that maybe at the agronomy department or in the soil. You apply certain quantity, maybe 10 kg per hectare, kg. That means if you apply fertilizer more than that amount you apply, so that is only going to help farmers if you carry out soil analysis to determine what the soil fertility status is, so that you don't continue to apply fertilizer and then you continue to lose by adding more cost to your production. Thank you very much. I think there's one other aspect of safety of the, is it the residues? Gentlemen, you're asking of the soil residues of the cotton. Use the microphone, let me hear you very well.
Yes. I said we have different types of soil, which could be clay, laterite, loose, hard, and heavy soil, and some of them. In the particular farm, just as the speaker said, they have about 1,000 acres of land. On this kind of land, how do you determine the fertilizer that is suitable for application? Which you have attempted answering.
Just by soil test.
Yes,
soil test. Thank you.
Soil test. Then I maybe I'm trying to say, what is the effect of soil acidity and alkalinity on a big cotton crop?
We have a research field. I have one of my research fields at Nigeria, in fact, in Mokwa in particular, where herbicide was applied the previous year. It's just a strip. We planted cotton. That very strip was looking, the crop there was looking very unhealthy. We were scared when we saw it. I visited the field myself, and we have found out that certain herbicide was used the previous year. That has caused that. We have never experienced that in a soil where BT cotton was grown. It depends on the crop. For cotton, it's neither saline soil nor an acid soil. A good soil for cotton has to be neutral, well drained, fertile, and will be able to sustain crop productivity. Thank you.
On the issue of stable length that the farmer is talking about, the so-called Samcot 11 that they said is non-stable, that was adopted to Southwest, actually is not the type of non-stable that we're talking about. Because in 2012, because of this controversy, when we're executing the cotton technical assistance program with Indian government, I took the sample to Central Institute for Cotton Research in Nafu, India. We measured the stable line, it's not up to 39, it's about 37 point something to 38. So once it is not 40 mm, it's not a long step. From 40 up to 45, 40 is extra long step. Like only in 2 countries that you can get such kind of cotton. That we are saying that it is a long step, it actually is not. Because it's not more than 37.5 to 38. Thank you so much.
Sir, it's a good question and the people will understand more. See, when we talk about, for example, micro product is there, and sometimes there is a controversy saying that the staple length is so and so, this one, that, isn't it? But then the particular staple length which is written here, which is not hidden anywhere. Okay, this staple length can be measured from the cotton cultivated anywhere in Nigeria from BT cotton, from micro BT cotton. Okay, it's a genetic trait, it cannot be altered. Okay, now this particular staple length is accepted for all the textile industry in the world. 99% textile industry in the world, this cotton can cater. To that, the extra long staple that we are talking, which is cultivated in some specific part of India, which is not a BT, a local variety, extra long staple, which they have seen it. That extra staple, long staple is only for catering a specific textile requirement. It is even less than 1% of the textile industry in the world, like that. So let us see that this cotton should be suitable for the industry requirement. Presently, India is producing the same hybrids. The same hybrids are being produced by India in 12 million hectares. 12 million hectares in India, and India exports cotton also to some countries. India consumes, India, Vietnam, Bangladesh, China. These are the countries which consume maximum cotton in the world. So all this cotton is being produced from these type of hybrids.
All right, let me also say that this is inexhaustive. You could also meet with our resource persons one-on-one after the workshop. It's okay. I'm sticking to the people that raised their hands before. Who was number 3? You have asked the question, sir.